Good day, everybody. Morning, afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Welcome to our live team coverage. Maverick News, we're doing the VP announcement for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We've been waiting weeks for this, Rick. Been on the edge of my seat.
It's a big day. It certainly is.
I'm excited.
It's a big day.
I'm just ready for all the suspense to be over.
Well, the New York Times broke this story today about Nicole Shanahan, which surprised me. I didn't think that would be the name.
Surprised a lot of people.
They're saying that's who it is. Not everybody buying it, though. So there's still some suspense. What do you think?
I think it's going to be somebody else. Would it surprise you if the New York Times got a story wrong?
No, it wouldn't surprise me at all, actually.
What was it, last week and the week before, every mainstream media outlet said it was going to be Aaron Rodgers, the New York Jets quarterback. And I don't know, he's from Oakland. He grew up there, played football there. Could be. I mean, then again, it could not be.
It's not going to be Aaron Rodgers.
I think we've narrowed it down, though, because
we know it won't be him because he said it wasn't going to be anybody that they had been talking about.
Right.
So it will not be Aaron Rodgers, and it won't be Jesse Ventura.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be Jesse. Oh, I had my heart set on Jesse.
Okay.
I am sad.
I'm relieved.
Yeah, you are, aren't you?
Oh, Jesse Ventura. Could you imagine if he ever did end up in... Well, you could. I can't imagine him ever being president, let alone, no.
Oh, I could. I could. I've been dreaming of that ticket for like 20 years. But my real dream ticket is actually Tulsi Gabbard and Kennedy. I mean, to me, that's like the ultimate unstoppable team. Batman and Wonder Woman. It doesn't get any better than that.
That's his best choice right there, if she is willing to do it.
Oh, yeah.
I can see a lot of reasons why she would say no.
I can see one big reason, Donald Trump. I mean, he's whining and dining her and courting her heavily.
Yeah.
That's a tough choice to have to make. And this has not happened in a long time, that we've had one person being courted by two different presidential candidates, even from different parties. Kennedy's basically a Democrat. He started out in the Democratic Party and then he went independent. You got Donald Trump, the presumptive Republican Party nominee. They're both courting her, and that hasn't happened since 1952, when both the Democrat and Republican parties were courting Dwight Eisenhower to be their nominee. They had two draft Eisenhower campaigns going that year. Don't believe that's happened since. Yeah, I'm not that old. I know what you're going to say. Okay, I'm old, but I ain't that old. But I think we've narrowed it down. That short list that was leaked to the press a couple of weeks ago, most of the names are off the list. Either the candidates took themselves off the list, said we're not interested. And some, I think we can rule out because of what Kennedy said yesterday. And I brought a clip with me of an interview he did yesterday with some local press there in Oakland. And he said that I'll just let him tell you. Why should I tell you? I got the clip. I'll just play the clip. Here we go.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will announce his vice presidential pick in Oakland on Tuesday.
I spoke with Kennedy today about why he chose Oakland for this announcement.
The candidate that we've chosen has ties to the area. I also have a great affection for Oakland. My father campaigned there and got tremendous support in 1968 during his presidential campaign.
Multiple outlets have reported he plans to pick Nicole Shanahan, who grew up in Oakland, is a tech attorney and has been a major donor of Kennedy's campaign. Kennedy would not give us a name. The son of former Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy has been criticized for false and misleading claims about vaccines without credible evidence, but he rejects the claim he's anti-vaccine.
Each one of these conspiracies, when you so-called conspiracy theories, when you deconstruct them, is really about government and corporate officials trying to attack a critic by not having a debate on the science, but rather by saying, oh, he's crazy, he's a quack.
In recent polls, Kennedy Jr. is polling ahead of other third-party candidates with a favorability rating often higher than President Biden and former President Trump. His challenge now is trying to get on states' ballots. In California, his supporters have launched the We the People Party to get on the ticket. In order to be successful, the party must get 75,000 people in the state to re-register with them.
If you're voting out of fear, if you're voting for President Biden because you've been told to be fearful of President Trump getting elected, or the other way, if you're voting for President Trump and really don't want to, but you're just scared of President Biden, that's not how democracy is supposed to work. You should be able to vote somebody who inspires you, somebody who you like.
We will cover Tuesday's announcement when Kennedy reveals his running mate in Oakland.
Quad 4 is your local and national election headquarters, and it's a very big week for independent presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. He'll be in Oakland tomorrow to announce his vice presidential running mate. Quad 4's Catherine Heenan talked with Kennedy today. She joins us now live from the newsroom with details on their conversation. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it was interesting. I asked him whether we should be dusting off our Nicole Shanahan videos, because most people really think he's going to announce the California tech attorney and wealthy philanthropist is going to be the one. That's the person that he's chosen as his running mate. The fact that he's making the big announcement in Oakland, that's another clue. Shanahan grew up there. She helped pay for Kennedy's $4 million Super Bowl ad. She's the ex-wife of Google co-founder Sergey Brin. She's got deep pockets, powerful financial connections. Kennedy won't confirm anything until tomorrow, but we did talk about his short list of potential running mates. It has been described as colorful. It was an interesting list at one time or another, talking to people ranging from Mike Rowe, who does the Dirty Jobs show, and Aaron Rodgers, Jesse Ventura. What have you been looking for in a running mate?
Well, one of the priorities of my campaign is young Americans, Gen Z and millennials, who are not represented in the political process and who are getting hammered by politics in this country. The two people that I'm running against, the two men, are, essentially octogenarians who are part of this generation that ran up a $34 trillion bill that millennials and Gen Z and their children are going to have to pay. One of the things that I was looking for is somebody who's healthy, who's athletic, who can inspire young people, and will restore their hope in their own futures and their belief and their pride in our country again. Wanted somebody with an open mind, somebody who will listen to Americans, listen to me, hear out my rationale, and has the capacity to be persuaded, that doesn't get locked into orthodoxies. And, I have that as a vice president.
Conference tomorrow. Kennedy thinks the fact that potential voters this year do seem particularly unhappy with the two likely major party nominees does present a unique opportunity for an independent candidate. And although he has a long way to go, Kennedy says he believes he will get on the ballot in all 50 states. Political analysts say getting a running mate in place is probably good. It could give him a boost and possibly encourage more donors to start giving.
Okay, I'm gonna say something before any of this happens. Okay.
Okay.
Because nobody pays me.
Say
So
it. Say it.
I can say what I
Say
want to
it.
say.
Spill it.
I don't know a lot about her, But
Nicole Shanahan.
yeah, but she, in my view, not qualified, doesn't have the disposition for it. She was accused of having an affair with Elon Musk, and then in an interview with People magazine, she denied it, but she said that the accusations were debilitating. If you want to get into the political arena, if you think that an accusation like that is debilitating, if that was enough to debilitate her, she's not the right person for that job. Because
so you're saying that she's a snowflake.
Is
that it?
She is self-described total progressive.
Yes. Yeah. And she's given a lot of money to Democrats in the past. She gave like 25 grand to Biden in 2020. She's given to Hillary Clinton very generously in the past also. Longtime Democrat donor. And apparently she was very upset at Bobby Kennedy. She was supporting him last spring and summer. And then in October when he went independent, she was mad that he left the Democratic Party. So I guess he won her back.
Did she stomp her feet and get all upset?
She got all upset. Said, I'm going to take my money bags and walk away. That's what I call her, is money bags Shanahan. That's my nickname for her. Money bags. Well, okay, it might not be her. Okay, it might not be her. There's still some other options. You know, from the short list, Kennedy in that clip just narrowed it down. He said it's somebody with ties to Oakland. So that would narrow the list down to Aaron Rodgers, born and raised, I think, in Oakland. Nicole Shanahan, also from Oakland. Andrew Yang, who confirms that he was approached and asked by Mr. Kennedy to be his running mate. And Yang has been keeping his mouth shut about it. But he's from around there too, you know. Yang would be an interesting pick, I think. So it could be Andrew Yang. And I would just like to remind everyone that Tulsi Gabbard, you know, she's in the National Guard. She's with the 351st Command, which just so happens is based about 45 minutes from Oakland.
Well, you know, she was the one that I identified as his best choice. Mm-hmm. Right? That was my pick. I think yours too, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, except for Jesse Ventura.
Well, I always say this. I say that Jesse Ventura is the best man for the job, and Tulsi Gabbard is the best woman for the job. Either one would make me happy.
I think that he wants a woman. I do think it will be a woman.
And he said it has to be somebody young and fit. So I guess that rules Jesse out. And he's not from Oakland.
He should just run with Trump. I'm telling you, it'd be like Trump insults him, insults the people, his opponents, and then Jesse runs up on the stage during the debate and does some body slams and smashes the podiums and holds the opponent over his head and twirls around.
I'd pay money to watch that. I really would. He's so great.
And see, folks, this is the kind of election coverage you just won't get anywhere else.
See, it hasn't even started yet, and Rick's already got me turning 5 colors of purple, laughing my head off. Now my face matches the sweater. You know, here at Maverick News, we like to have fun. So instead of doing like stodgy, you know, straight down the middle election coverage today, we just thought we'd make it a watch party and just have some fun. I mean, it's a little too early in the day to start drinking, but maybe for some of you out there, just a little, you know, we're having a watch party, and I've invited a lot of special guests to come join us today. I've invited Kennedy campaign staffers, volunteers. We've got some people who are there at the venue on the ground. They'll be checking in and out throughout the day. And I just kind of wanted to have them here to give us their reaction. And if you follow me on Twitter, folks, at Real Lori Spencer, you can go to my Twitter. You can find the link. And if you'd like to join the broadcast, you're more than welcome to. All you have to do is click that link, the StreamYard link. It'll bring you to the studio. And we've got a couple of Kennedy 24 volunteers, two of my favorite volunteers that I work with quite a bit. We've got Ryan, who hosts Freedom Fridays, our Twitter Spaces. You know, a lot of you probably have joined us on Freedom Fridays, and you never got to see Ryan's face because Twitter is audio only. So we're finally getting to see Ryan for the first time. Hello, my friend. And we've got Sherry, who's also one of our top volunteers on the Kennedy 24 campaign. It's great to have you both here. How are you feeling about this announcement? What do you think today, guys?
Hey, thanks for having us, guys. Appreciate it. You know, I'm going to go first, Sherry. Sorry, normally I'd like to defer to you, but I've got to get back to work, so sorry.
Gotta go hello and goodbye.
In a few minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a quick in and out here. Sorry, guys, but
yeah. Why does Kennedy do this stuff in the middle of the day? I don't understand. Why doesn't he do this in prime time at night?
You know? I wish.
People are at work. They're at school.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe that's when the venue was available. But I'm a little apprehensive. I don't really care for the short list a little bit here. It doesn't excite me. But that being said, no matter what, Bobby has earned my vote in support for him, and I'm going to give his judgment an opportunity. And his judgment of who he picks, whoever that might be, I want to hear from that individual, and I want them to sell us. But I'll say this: if it's someone like Shanahan, she better be out on that same podcast tour that Bobby did, and she better be ready to sit down for 3 hours with Rogan and with Lex Friedman and everybody else and take some tough questions. To Rick's point, be ready to take some punches. If you can't take punches, Rick's 100% right. She's not the right person for the job. And I will say this: I still don't think it's her or anybody else. I think it's going to be a name we haven't heard, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be Tulsi Gabbard. I really wish it would be, but I think that she's gotten a little swayed by Trump, and she's going to make that mistake. Unfortunately, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. I'm going to tell you that right now, because I'm no Trump fan.
My heart hurts just thinking about that.
But you know what? I'm still excited, and I'm still positive, because I think Bobby's going to really shock us with a smart pick here, and I think the press has it wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not getting paid either, Rick, to your point.
New York Times going to end up with egg on its face, maybe.
I hope so.
Oh, man, that would be great.
They deserve it.
Love it. I want to see CNN and the New York Times, and Mediaite and the Young Turks. They've all been saying it's Nicole Shanahan. Boy, do I want to see them eat their words if they're wrong.
Yeah, I would like to too, and I would like to.
It'd be beautiful.
Andrew Yang would definitely be interesting though too. That'd be an interesting conversation, especially the storyline of going from, supporting Dean Phillips to leaving the DNC back, not really paying attention to Forward Party, which that could change the whole dynamic there. That would be a really interesting pick, boy. That could get exciting quick. So that'll
Andrew
be
Yang
interesting.
brings a lot to the table, a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's been on a similar journey himself, because he also left the Democratic Party in disgust after they gave him a hard time during the 2020 race in the primaries. They did the same thing to him that they did to Tulsi Gabbard. So he's been there, done that, got the T-shirt. I think Yang's a really interesting young man. I mean, in the 2020 race, I supported Tulsi, but I really liked him too. And I was dreaming of a Tulsi Andrew Yang ticket back then.
That would have been awesome too. back in
yeah.
2020. I would
Yeah.
have signed up for that in a heartbeat. Absolutely.
Hell
So,
yeah.
Lori, I do have to go, but I really
yeah.
appreciate the invite. I do have to, and Rick, thank you both. I'll leave you guys with Sherry here. I'll be listening in as I can, and I'll check in with all of you guys later this afternoon. So hopefully we're all
Please do.
doing cartwheels and excited because we got shocked.
In a
Thanks
good
again,
way.
guys.
Yeah.
Yes,
Nice to
shocker
meet you,
to
Ryan.
Bye, Ryan.
Nice to meet you as well, Rick.
See you, my friend.
soon. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Sherry, you have to
Sherry,
unmute your mic.
tell us how you're feeling.
You guys
there
put
you
me
go.
on the spot now.
Your turn.
Honestly, I am so excited to hear this announcement today. And, we've been talking about it for so long on Twitter and in spaces. And, I really think that, honestly, like Ryan was saying, it's going to be somebody we've never heard of, because I think, the more that people talk about these different candidates, the more it makes it, how do I say it? It builds up the suspense, but I don't think he's going to be talking about the person that he's actually picking. I don't think he's going to be trying to put limelight on them right now. Just, partially just for, the protection aspect of it, since he doesn't have his Secret Service protection yet. So
True.
I think, I think it's going to be somebody that we haven't heard of. Maybe it's somebody we have that we haven't heard from, about in a long time. But I trust his judgment. I trust his skills. I mean, that man is like one of the most amazing critical thinkers I've ever seen. So whoever he picks, I'm sure is just going to be as great as he is. And I'm really excited to hear who this is so we can start promoting them as well.
I am very curious to know what you think about all of the misfires on the short list, how the media kind of glommed onto first Aaron Rodgers and then Jesse Ventura, Tulsi Gabbard a little bit, but they've been ignoring Andrew Yang, and yet he's on that list and is very noteworthy. What do you think of Yang?
So the last space I was on with him, he was promoting Dean Phillips, and that's my
Yeah.
congressman who won't answer my questions as a constituent. So obviously I wouldn't be supporting him as a president because he's not even, responding to his constituents here in Minnesota. But, on my personal opinion, I'm just a volunteer. I'm not paid by the national campaign or anything. I'm a volunteer coordinator here in Minnesota. My personal opinion, if it was me, I would say that news, I don't believe there was a short list. I don't believe that there was a short list. I think a lot of that coverage was trying to almost hurt the campaign in a way, because, depending on who he's going to pick, some people are very leery about that choice. And, I just try to tell people that, it's not about who the VP is. He's going to be our president. So we need to listen to him. And if we trust him as our president, we need to trust his judgment at who he decides to be his co-pilot in that endeavor.
Looks like our friend Johnny's here. He's at the venue in Oakland. Hey, it's Johnny.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Good to see you guys.
You're in a
Man, it
jacket.
looks like a beautiful day. Look at that
It
sky.
does. I wish the event was outside.
That's what we call Kennedy weather.
It's at the Kaiser Center here. I'm getting towards the front of the line. We still got that's the line going back. And
Oh, my.
we're coming up to the top of the hour, so looks like we'll be getting a little late start if we wait for everybody to get inside. We got some camera guys here. They're spoofing our guy. They were asking some really silly questions about some QAnon and stuff. And we got some Biden protesters across the street.
Really?
There's about 5 of them. I was trying to ask them, why are they
Really?
supporting warmonger?
That looks like one of the biggest
Biden?
crowds yet for any kind of Kennedy event.
Yeah, swing that camera around for us, Johnny.
Yeah.
You let us take a look. Oh my. Yeah, that looks great.
Is it safe to say the crowds are growing as these events? Are we getting more and more people out to these events?
I don't know if you can hear us.
I don't know.
Can you hear us? I know it's loud where you are.
I can hear you now. I forgot to put my earbuds in. Can you repeat that?
Much better.
Are you seeing more people turn out to these events? Do you go to many of them?
Well, I've hosted a number of events in Florida, and you get a bigger turnout when you got the candidate there. That's for sure. So, oh, legend! Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, thank you. So do I not need to be in line anymore?
Woo, Johnny's getting the VIP treatment.
Look at
Nice.
here, I'm a legit now.
Oh, check it out. You're officially press. You got the press pass going.
So what other question can I answer about we got good weather here?
I was just wondering, Johnny, if you could kind of guesstimate the size of this venue, the size of the crowd.
I heard the venue might be about 1,500, and yeah, I think that we might be about that. I did get here a little later than I hoped. I hoped to get here about an hour early, and I got here just about half an hour ago. So yeah, might be packing the place. We're still filling them in. We got security doing their job, keeping everything safe. Got the metal detectors up and whatnot.
Good. Glad to see that.
Let me see. Look at this old school bus we got coming in. That's cool. We need to get that covered in Kennedy gear, I think. How'd that look?
I thought that was Kyle. Is that Kyle's bus?
No, Kyle's bus is all painted real well, or the one that I've seen of his, unless we got a new one.
No, he'd be driving the Kennedy bus for sure.
Man, I'm tempted to go troll the Biden supporters. Is that what we should go do?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go over. Let's see what's going on there.
I would really love to see that.
Dude, man, she had a
I can't believe it.
President.
Well, they're probably paid by the DNC because the DNC's got a whole new division devoted to just spoiling Bobby Kennedy's fun.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
But then again, this
they go there.
This is Northern California.
Yeah, that's true. You have a big
where the woke Democrats live. Maybe they came of their own accord.
How's it going?
Oh, look.
We got somebody else. I like that button. Nice big button.
Wow.
How are you guys doing? You guys aren't Kennedy fans yet, huh?
Now we're going to be Kennedy.
Why not? So I love Kennedy for getting the poison out of our food and water. We're living 6 years left. Yeah. Not anymore. You got the mercury out of vaccines. Now it's aluminum.
And it was never in the MMR. MMR was the live vaccine, which never had.
Well, you just already told him the truth. You're wrong about mercury. I know about that.
No, really not. He's very simplistic in talking about healthcare. He doesn't understand that there are lots of people who are born with diseases that can't be cured by exercising. I've been a nurse for 38 years, and I know many.
So we got diseases going epidemic in this country. What do you blame it on? That's absolutely true.
Oh, are you talking about COVID?
No, I'm not talking about COVID.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about autism, Alzheimer's, dementia, cancers, autoimmune diseases, obesity, diabetes, celiac.
It's not a disease.
We're living way short of it.
Guys,
I'm sorry.
Well, that's you know what that is. That's the sound of democracy.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I thought that might go a little smoother, but yeah, no. She said that we're living longer. I want to show her a chart that shares.
Oops, we lost you there.
No.
Our death rates are actually.
I hope the lady didn't knock his camera out of his hand or anything.
I'm sorry. I had a call coming in. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. We got you.
All right. Yeah, she mentioned longevity. We're definitely, as a country, living. Our longevity started decreasing in 2015. So, yeah, that's my big issue is making our food safe. Who can argue that all food should be safe? And, yeah, it's wild. So,
our death rates
What
actually
else?
exceed our birth rates at this point in our country, which is really sad.
I think you're right, though, Lori, that they're paid to be there or something because, they didn't even have their facts straight. You would think if you were passionate enough to come out here, you would at least know what you're talking about a little bit.
That's something that I never understood about protesters who, when you try to interview them at a protest and they don't want to talk to you. It's like, but this is a protest. You're passionate about an issue. When I'm a journalist, I'm always trying to, put that microphone in someone's face and tell me, why are you here? What are you upset about? Why are you protesting? And it seems like the new thing is for them to just do this and say, get the camera out of my face. I don't want to talk to you. I thought you wanted publicity for your cause. Talk to me. What the hell?
Well, the world's upside down, so it makes perfect sense.
Oh, looky here. Looky here.
There he is.
That is the man.
Famous Kyle Kemper.
Tell him to come over and say hello real quick. Is he in a hurry? Is he dashing off? Johnny's muted, though.
Is he chasing him?
He's trying to chase him down. Or he forgot his mic was muted. See, now we're missing all the good stuff because he's talking to these Biden protesters and we can't hear what's going on. Johnny, unmute your mic, buddy. We're missing all the good stuff.
Oh,
here.
sorry about that.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we were missing all the good exchange. There you go.
He likes testosterone. Ask Bobby about testosterone. He likes testosterone.
Yeah.
He gets shot.
Question. If they recommend this every day, would you take
They're not going to. That's a silly question.
Evidence doesn't say that. Is there a line? Like, do you have a
Evidence. Yes, the line is what the evidence shows.
Get him, Kyle.
Scientific evidence.
Ride with Biden, it's great.
Yeah, we are. So you can go back to your guy. Go ahead. It's talking in there, not
You
here.
can listen, you can actually hear
No,
something.
it's fascinating. You don't stand on the top board to listen to Bobby. You know
Right.
Yeah, Lori, you nailed it. They don't want to talk. They don't want to talk too much. They're kind of. Look at this. Look at all the paint here he's got, man. I love all the colors here.
It's great. It's like, it's nice to see.
Yeah. Winning hearts and minds out here with Kyle Kemper. And, dude, yeah, we're still live.
Hi, Kyle.
What flag you got? Lori says hi.
We haven't
Kyle.
seen Kyle in a while.
We haven't seen Kyle in a while.
Talk
Lori's
to him all the
speaking
time on
him out.
Twitter. Hi, Kyle.
Look at this.
Rick says hello.
All aboard the Kennedy train.
The Kennedy train. Let's go. RFK on the way. The lots are saying there's a new man in town. And that man, you know what his name is? It's Kennedy. And you know what they're saying about this man named Kennedy? They're saying he's the remedy. And it's not just going to make America great again, but he's going to make Earth great again.
Get off it now.
Hey, Rick.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Yeah.
Do you have the live stream? It's rolling. It's live.
Is it rolling? All right, I'm going to get inside. It's great to check in
Do you
with
have that
guys.
queued up?
Hang on, I'll get it for you.
They've got a few opening speeches taking place. Kennedy hasn't taken the stage yet. Just a few introductions going on
All right.
inside.
We'll get it cranked up.
You need me to send you the link, or do you have it, Rick?
I think you sent it to me earlier by email, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
I'll find it. Uno momento,
yeah,
por
it's
favor.
still a few
I
minutes
will get
away.
the link. Here we go.
It was great to see Kyle Kemper from Team
Okay, we
Kennedy.
have it.
Frequent guest on Maverick News back in the Freedom Convoy days. Great to see
No,
him.
he's not driving the bus.
I knew he'd make it. Of course. He's got the Kennedy bus, in case you guys didn't know. He's got the most incredible RFK bus that he's driving all over the United States and Canada. Of course.
We have the feed established here, so if you, whenever, I'll just show you. This is what's going on right now, just some preliminary stuff, folks, but we're on top of it, so fear not, we'll have the announcement live for you.
Got the native
very
drum
shortly.
circle there.
Yeah.
California, Northern California, can I hear a oh? Oh! Hear it louder, we need to raise the ancestors. Can I hear a oh? Oh, sure, too. You have a good day. Today is a beautiful day.
Now, Lori, is it true that Kennedy is looking at starting a whole new party?
Couple of them. In Texas, it's the Texas Independence Party. And in a few other states, is it 4 or 5 states, Sherry, that
Oakland!
we have the We the People Party?
How you all doing today?
I believe it's 5.
5 states, yeah, including California.
My name is Del Bigtree. I'm the Director of Communications for the Robert Kennedy Jr. campaign for President of the United States. I just want to take a moment to say what an honor it is to work with one of the most beautiful people on this planet. One of the greatest environmental attorneys the world has ever known, fighting for people his entire career against corporate corruption, corporate toxins, polluting waters and oceans. He started the river keepers and the water keepers to protect our environment. We now live in a toxic world. Over 260 toxic poisons found just in the umbilical cord of pregnant women here in the United States of America. And why are they there? Because our regulatory agencies have never done their job to protect us, but instead have been protecting the corporations from us. That is not the United States of America. That is not we, for, and by the people of America. And we've watched, over the last several years, 2 incumbent presidents, really, and here we are, watching trillions of dollars move to the ultra-rich while the middle class struggles to pay our bills, to go on vacation, to have that pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And now we have an opportunity. Someone that is blowing all of our minds when he talks about all of the issues of our time. So many of the cameras that are lined up here today will call and ask, what is your strategy? We know that mainstream news has been trying to black him out, but yet he's now #1 amongst independents across the United States of America, which is now the largest party in the United States of America. That's how disenfranchised we are. #1 amongst those under the age of 35 across America. And why? What was the strategy? I'm going to lay it on you right now. It was actually very simple. We're going to let him speak his mind. He's going to speak in long-form podcasts and interviews, giving the full concept of where his ideas are coming from. He's not stuck on bumper sticker politics, short lines written by other people. I can tell you personally that everything he's saying comes from his heart, his education, his historical knowledge, which we're all watching happen in all of these interviews he's been doing. And so if you haven't been watching Robert Kennedy Jr. at Kennedy24.com, or if your family members don't know who he is yet, have them go to his YouTube channel, or Twitter, or Facebook, or TikTok, where he is changing the world as we know it. We in America are so tired of the duality, of the fighting between 2 parties, when we know we've got such important issues now. AI technologies, facial recognition softwares, our cell phones can track everywhere we're going, and they tried to use that against us during the COVID pandemic. They wiped out our freedom of speech, censored Robert Kennedy Jr., and he brought a case against our nation because of it. We watched doctors and scientists silenced at the critical moment they should have been using social media for what it was, to share ideas and thoughts and experiences from the front line of that experience. And instead, we silenced them, shut them down, and stuck with the regulatory agency experts that told us that standing 6 feet apart from each other, locking down our businesses, keeping our children out of schools was how we're going to handle this. Only to find out now, in front of the Congress, when Tony Fauci says, yeah, that social distancing thing, that's 6 feet apart, that just kind of popped up and had no basis in science. The same man that said to us, when you challenge me, you challenge the science. Never before have we seen science owned, science stuck in its path, science so incapable of going through the scientific method of letting every scientist speak out, everyone challenge the process until we come up with the real answers. That regulatory capture of our regulatory agencies, that corporate corruption that owns our government will only stop in the hands of one man, Robert Kennedy Jr. So tell your friends, tell your families, if we're actually going to handle the issues of our time, if we're going to get out of these wars that are taking trillions of dollars from us, destroying our economy for wars that never end, if we're going to stop that, we need someone bold, someone beautiful, someone that has stood up for us from the beginning. That's Robert Kennedy Jr. I'm so honored to have you all here in Oakland. This is the next step in what's been just an incredible, miraculous journey. Robert Kennedy Jr. will be on the ballot in all 50 states, and every single one of these news agencies, every one of these news agencies that keeps doing pieces about Joe Biden and Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Donald Trump, it's so close, who's going to take it? No one talking about the elephant in the room. The guy that's polling between 24 to 26% in the battleground states, with still much of the nation saying, I didn't even know he's running yet. My news agencies are lying to me. Well, guess what? That's all about to change. Mark my words. We're going to be on the ballot. That's going to happen shortly. And every news agency that lied to their audience and said this is a two-person race, they're going to have to change their tune. And they're going to have to start talking to Robert Kennedy Jr. And let me just tell you the last part of our strategy is simple. What we've recognized in the polls, what we've recognized as Robert Kennedy Jr. has traveled across America is really simple. Once you've heard Robert Kennedy Jr., you can't unhear Robert Kennedy Jr. Are you ready for a miracle to happen? Are you ready for another voice in this political system? Are you tired of the two-party stranglehold on truth and freedom and liberty? Get ready, because we're going to announce today the question that everyone in media has been asking. And it sounds a little bit like this.
Well, it looks like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is just about ready to make headlines with his running mate choice. His VP will be, and according to reporting, it's not any of the usual suspects.
Both Democrats and Republicans growing anxious over the third-party threat as RFK is set to formally announce his vice presidential running mate.
RFK Jr. hoping for a big boost this week as well when he announces his VP pick.
Our independent presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., expected to announce his running mate this week.
We are expected to get an RFK Jr. vice presidential announcement.
Well, number one, RFK Jr., the former Democrat turned independent last year. He wanted to run for president of the United States as an independent. And on the ballot in a good number of states, you've got to make an announcement about who your running mate is going to be.
Independent candidate for president Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he plans to announce his vice presidential running mate here in Oakland on March 26th.
Are these names just getting people's attention, or is one of them a real possibility, Marianne?
The audio in the feed is interrupted, but I'm sure they'll bring it back momentarily. There we go.
But I have a story to tell, and I think it's one that a lot of you will relate to. 2015 was an extremely challenging year in my house. I was experiencing a wide range of symptoms, including rashes and neuropathy and some eye issues. At the same time, my son had crippling migraines and ADHD. My daughter had digestive issues that were making her so miserable. All of us were on various medications, none of which were particularly helpful, and actually in my case made things considerably worse. So, like most moms, and I know many of you are here today, I decided to start digging through the research and figuring out what is making our family so sick. So I read an entire library of functional medicine books, and I ran some tests and found that we had severely imbalanced microbiomes and our nutrient levels were extremely low, even though we were eating all this food. So I wondered what on earth has changed so much in our food system that my kids and I can no longer tolerate gluten, nor have the fundamental nutrients that our cells need to function on a basic biological level. How could that possibly be? We were feeling better off the gluten, but this just didn't make sense. It's not just my family that's struggling with these issues. The United States spends over $4 trillion on healthcare. Most of that goes towards chronic disease. Today, 6 in 10 adults have a chronic disease, 4 out of 10 have 2 or more. 9% of men and 11% of women of childbearing years are infertile. That should be very scary. The statistics are also incredibly dim for children. 1 in 10 has ADHD. 1 in 6 has asthma. 1 in 3 has a food intolerance. 1 in 5 has eczema. 1 in 20 has seizures. And 1 in 22 in the state of California has autism. That should be horrific. That number in 1970 was 1 in 10,000, by the way. What the government, media, and universities won't discuss is that our food supply is literally covered in carcinogenic, endocrine-disrupting, microbiome-destroying pesticides. Our farmlands have become a dumping ground for toxic chemicals that our regulators either refuse to test or they do test and then they lie about what they found. The pharmaceutical giant Bayer purchased the agricultural chemical company Monsanto in 2018. Yeah. And so now a pharmaceutical company effectively owns our food supply. So I have to ask you, what incentive does Bayer possibly have to keep our population healthy? This is the same old story of the prioritization of corporate profits and bureaucratic power over our basic right to human health. It's enabled by full regulatory capture of our food and farming system, and it must stop immediately, and Bobby Kennedy's the only person who can do it. Yeah. Our farm bill has historically supported monocrop chemical mega farming. We absolutely urgently need to pass a farm bill supporting family farmers, regenerative agriculture practices. and nutrient-dense crops beyond the clutches of the Roundup-ready GMOs that are making us all sick. We will not decrease the $4 trillion health bill until we regenerate the soil on our farms, cut the ties between regulators and corporations, and discontinue our toxic chemical dependency on both the farm and the pharmacy. Kennedy's promise to unravel corporate capture will help end this chronic disease epidemic. We finally have a leader who shares my vision for the future. Bobby Kennedy is the only candidate who will make this life-saving transformation of our food and farming system a reality. Tell corporations, by the way, your reign over regulators is over. And deliver the basic right to health back to the hands of the United States citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, Bill created all this. Bill Scott.
Welcome, Mr. Kennedy. This beautiful farm, which is an organic farm in the middle of what people would call a blighted community.
The things that we're dealing with as Black people in our communities is a result of racism, redlining, all those different things that kept our communities at ill health. The food is sick that our community is getting, because it's coming from big ag.
African American communities are food deserts. You cannot get good food here. You look at what Black kids are eating. They're drinking big gulp Coca-Colas, and they're eating Twinkies and processed foods.
Mr. Kennedy's president and what he's talking about is a perfect example about what we need to do ourselves. He's taking a personal commitment to fight. You got to fight for your land, you fight for your business, you fight for everything that's an interest to you.
We not only have to give people access to healthy food, but we need to just get rid of all the bad food. The chemical food, it's not food, it's just filler with poison in it. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I'm running for President of the United States, and I approve this message.
Hold your horses. We're moments away. I just want to bring your attention to these screens over here. We have a QR code for everyone that is hearing impaired, whether you're live in the audience or you're out watching this live stream as it's happening. Just scan this QR code and that will take you to the hearing impaired section so you can see everything typed out for you. The next guest is a personal hero of mine and really should be considered a hero in the world. When there was a small group of scientists, as I said before, basically lying about what would work, deciding to lock down our nation for the first time in history because of a virus. There was a group of people that went to the White House to talk to President Trump at that time, to bring a different perspective that was shared by thousands and thousands of health experts across the world. They wrote a document called the Great Barrington Declaration. A document that will stand the test of time and be heralded as the path the world should have taken. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce you to one of the authors of the Great Barrington Declaration, Jay Bhattacharya.
Never given a speech at a political rally, but my God. First, I want to thank Mr. Kennedy for the opportunity to speak today on this important day in American history. And I wanted to take the chance to make a case for the First Amendment and for free speech. I know that Bobby Kennedy has been the victim of an effort to censor his voice. And I have to say that I've been the victim of this same effort to censor free speech in this country. I am a scientific dissident. I've been a professor at the School of Medicine at Stanford for over 20 years. The Great Barrington Declaration, how many people signed it? God bless every one of you. It was a document I wrote with professors at Harvard and Oxford in October of 2020. The world was locked down. We had closed our schools. We had closed our businesses. We had closed our churches on the idea that it was necessary for our health. But I knew for a fact that that was a lie, that there were tens of thousands of doctors and scientists who said that we didn't need to lock down. We didn't need to close our schools. We didn't need to close our businesses. We didn't need to close our churches. We proposed instead better protecting vulnerable older people. We proposed not disrupting the lives of our children. Following similar ideas, the Swedish Public Health Authority protected human life much better than Americans. In fact, they have among the very best outcomes in protecting human life during the pandemic without lockdowns, without disrupting the lives of our children. Their kids suffered no learning loss at all during the pandemic. Their elderly were protected better, and their young people lived as close to a normal life as possible. Lockdown California, my kids didn't see the inside of a classroom for a year and a half. Florida opened its schools, and they have higher life expectancy and better outcomes, economic outcomes, psychological outcomes, and health outcomes than California did locked down. The sad thing I want to share with you is that the powers that be inside the federal government decided they did not like our declaration one bit. The head of the NIH wrote to Tony Fauci 4 days after he wrote it, calling for a devastating takedown of the declaration and of me. It was part of a broad federal effort to censor any critics. The way the government censored voices is by telling social media platforms who to censor and what ideas to censor. If you've had a post taken down by Facebook, if you've had a post taken down by Twitter during the pandemic, it's almost certain it's because the government actors, the Surgeon General's office, the CDC, the NIH, even the FBI, and the White House itself were telling social media companies to censor you. The good news is we now know what they're up to. We know how they did it and why they're doing it. And we can fight back. We have the Twitter files which told us what they were doing. We have court cases. A federal judge declared what they were doing an Orwellian ministry of truth. It's the kind of thing that should never happen in a country with the First Amendment, but it did. So, what's the punchline? Free speech is essential for our health. Free scientific... We need dissidents. We need dissident voices in public health because they're very often right. The government censored because it knew it was wrong. We need people like Bobby Kennedy and any other politician that wants to support free speech. We need those voices to restore the First Amendment in this country, because that is how we protect our health and how we protect our democracy. You know, I work in public health, and I don't believe that public health should be political. So I'm deeply uncomfortable. I want to say public health should be suitable equally for Democrats, for Republicans, for independents, everyone alike. It's something I think we can all as Americans get behind. And so I am glad to work with anybody who speaks for free speech at a time like now when they are in peril. And I'm delighted that Bobby Kennedy has lent his considerable voice to the cause. Thank you very much.
I feel like the whole country needs to know what's going on here. It's bigger than alarming.
This is the worst I've ever seen it.
I witnessed this dystopian nightmare of this uncontrolled flow of desperate humanity crossing the border and converging here because of misbegotten policies by high leadership of the United States.
When President Biden took office, he signed some executive orders that basically halted all wall construction. It put our agents at risk, it put the migrants at risk, it incentivized the profit making for the smugglers.
At the end of the day, this is a business. Billions and billions of dollars every month are earned from transporting people across into the United States.
These kids are being exploited all along this track. There's nothing humane about any of this.
In this room, obviously, we designed it to be as comfortable as we can possibly make it, because the reality is no child should ever have to come to this exam room.
Señora y mi hija están conmigo. Mi hija de 18 años. No sé dónde está.
We see a lot of violence as people are making across the border through Mexico or their countries. We see that devastation in the human lives.
What happens if a family doesn't have the money to buy the plane ticket?
Well, FEMA reimburses us. We can buy the ticket and
So you buy the ticket for them?
Yes.
They were told they could get a bite at the American dream here, and that dream becomes a nightmare along the journey.
Yuma, Arizona, Chris Clem.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Clem, and I retired as the Chief Patrol Agent of Yuma, Arizona on December 31st, 2022, after serving more than 27 years as a United States Border Patrol agent. I spent many years along the southern border. I have witnessed the good, the bad, and the ugly of what can happen with poor policies and lack of leadership out of Washington, D.C. Last year, I met Bobby when he came to Yuma. I spent time with him in his campaign. We discussed the realities of the border. Not only did he spend time with me, but as you saw in the video, he saw firsthand hundreds of people from around the world coming into the United States illegally at all hours of the day and night, tying up the hands of our agents while the cartels profited off human exploitation. He met with the mayor, the sheriff, the county commissioner, the hospital staff, nonprofit organizations, the food bank, the domestic violence shelter, the ranchers and the farmers, everyone who has been impacted by an out-of-control border. I was amazed that someone of his position, his stature, spent 3 days listening and learning, not just checking a box in a photo op. As we spoke, he asked great questions, but most importantly, he listened. And as we talked, I shared my vision of border security. And as a career law enforcement agent, it was important to me that he understood how necessary it was to secure our borders, how critical and how an integral part of our immigration system border security is. But oftentimes, border security and immigration get conflated, and that leads to further division and rhetoric. So I shared my vision of how the border should be, and that we should be a border made of tall fences and wide gates. The tall fences represented the border security system, the right infrastructure where it is needed, the technology to aid and assist our border security agents along the border and at the ports, personnel to conduct our very important security mission and backed by strong policies. But equally important were the wide gates. The wide gates are our legal and lawful pathways into the United States. Strong and effective policies to allow those to come legally, more efficiently, to enhance and strengthen our commerce, to allow trade and travel to flourish, clear up the enormous backlog for those who are following the rule of law, more efficient means so people can come in who want to add to our way of life. People shouldn't wait years or a lifetime to be able to come to our country for the right reasons. And if our current workforce cannot provide the means for businesses, big or small, we need a better way to recruit and attain foreign workers without bankrupting small business with overregulated, antiquated systems. I believe Bobby sees this problem as an opportunity. He saw firsthand how important it was to secure our border. He saw the need to clean up the current immigration system. And I know, living along the border for many years, that a secure border is a safe and healthy border for both countries. That people should be able to come back and forth through the ports of entry to see family and friends, and feel safe when doing so. And as someone who's been around the world like Bobby, he knows working together with Mexico will be key. Being a beacon of hope for all of those around the world is a tenet of our country. But so is the rule of law. So consequences are necessary for those that take advantage of our system and the people along the way. And no doubt, I believe he knows transparency and accountability of our government is important to regain the trust and credibility of the American people. As I said a moment ago, I met Bobby last year, and I've grown to know that he sees these challenges through a compassionate and common sense lens, which is so desperately needed today. Taking clear, kind, and common sense action by creating tall fences to protect our country from the human exploitation at the hands of the cartels, protecting our country, our companies, our communities, and our children, and building many wide gates to better serve our country's needs and the good people around the world. Helping all that seek a better life for them and their families is important. Our country cannot afford to go down the current border security and immigration path. There is strength and compassion, and there is intelligence and common sense, and I see all of this in Bobby. I'm grateful to know him, and we're all grateful to have him running for President of the United States. Thank you.
Everybody, I'm back, but I'm only here for a quick second, and it's just to introduce someone else who is so very important. We have a very important speaker coming up next. The name is Callie Means, and I love the last name because this guy means so much to us. He is actually the co-founder of TrueMed, and TrueMed is what we need in our lives to understand about the food and the pharma companies. He was a consultant for food and pharma companies earlier in his year, and now he is an advocate for changing the incentives for our sick care system, which profits from more Americans being sick. Guys, without further ado, Callie Means.
Working for the food and pharma industries early in my career, my job was to funnel money to institutions that Americans trust. We funneled money to civil rights groups. In return, the NAACP said it was imperative to keep Coca-Cola on food stamps. They actually said it was racist to take ultra-processed food and soda off of food stamps, and today soda is the #1 item purchased with that program. We funneled money to medical organizations. The American Diabetes Association, of all groups, took millions of dollars from Coca-Cola, and they said small cans of the drink was a good choice for diabetics. The American Academy of Pediatrics, 80% of their funding comes from the pharmaceutical industry. We funneled money to researchers. I was shocked as a junior employee to be communing with top professors at Harvard and Tufts Nutrition School. I found that 11 times more funding comes from the food industry for nutrition research than the NIH. I found out that more than 50% of the Harvard Med School budget touches pharma in some way. We funneled money to the media. Pharma funds over 50% of all TV news funding, and I realized that wasn't to influence consumers, that was to influence the news itself. That's why during COVID, which was essentially a foodborne illness, this was really a condition that did not kill metabolically healthy people. There was no curiosity, no reporting on that. Of course, it was just a pharmaceutical solution that was talked about. We funded politicians. The healthcare industry funds politicians with direct donations 5x more than the oil industry, 3x more than any other industry. And we funded the regulatory agencies. The FDA itself, 75% of their funding comes not from taxpayers, but pharmaceutical companies. And I can tell you from being in DC, bureaucracies are built to grow. Our system is rigged, and the disastrous ramifications are plain to see. 9 of the 10 killers of Americans are tied to preventable chronic conditions tied to food. 90% of healthcare costs are tied to these preventable conditions tied to food. The statistics are unfathomable. 50% of young adults are overweight or obese. 33% of young adults have prediabetes. 25% of young adults have fatty liver disease. This is a moral stain on our country. The childhood obesity rate in Japan is 4%. We're committing genocide against our children. Why is the healthcare system letting this happen? There's one simple reason. Every single institution that impacts your health is incentivized for you to be sick and incentivized against you being healthy. That includes medical schools, insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies, and hospitals. An unemotional statement of economic fact is that there has been no more profitable invention in the history of America than a sick child, than a child with chronic disease. They suffer and rack up more comorbidities and more interventions, but they don't die. They just suffer. Today, statins, metformin, antidepressants, Adderall, they're prescribed like candy in high schools. And the American Academy of Pediatrics recently put out a press release saying it's an urgent national priority to prescribe Ozempic to 50% of 12-year-olds. This is a lifetime drug. This is a story of optimism. The American people want to be healthy. They want their kids to be healthy. They want to thrive. The incentives are stacked against us. They've been stacked against us quickly, and they can change quickly with leadership. We need a president who questions the science, that doesn't just trust the science. We need a president who realizes that this devil's bargain between the food industry making us sick and the healthcare industry profiting is the biggest issue we face. We need a president who has the moral clarity to appoint Dr. J to lead our medical policies, to appoint Kelly Peterson to oversee our agriculture policies. We need a president who will stand up to pharma lobbyists, who will stand up to corrupt bureaucrats at the NIH and the FDA. We need a president who will say less Ozempic, more exercise, less SSRIs, more sunlight and healthy food. We need a president who has the moral clarity to declare a state of emergency for the childhood chronic disease epidemic that is savaging our human capital. And we need a president who realizes, we've talked about childhood disease so much, this is the most important issue in our country. And we need a president who understands that we cannot poison our kids at scale. And we need a president that has a plan to fix it. We need a Kennedy in the White House. Thank you.
The group that control it. I've sued NIH, CDC, EPA, FCC, FDA, all of them. I've brought many, many suits against the Department of Agriculture. The USDA represents and promotes the interests of big factory farms, of industrial agriculture, of big companies like Monsanto, Cargill, Tyson, Purdue, and the big petroleum fertilizer companies, in other words, the oil companies. And they really, USDA operates full-time to punish and destroy the small farmer in this country and to promote the mercantile interest of these big industrial agricultural interests. Americans can see the corruption, and we all have this feeling that this system has been rigged against the American middle class. They're strip mining the wealth from the American people and destroying the health of our children and causing this chronic disease epidemic that is the biggest blight on the American middle class in our country, and that it's being used to benefit this oligarchy, this new corporate kleptocracy.
Let's give another warm welcome to Tim Hockenberry.
As I went walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me the endless skyway. I saw below me the golden valley. Oh, this land was made you and me. I roamed and rambled, I followed my footsteps to the darkened sands of the diamond desert. All around me, the voice was calling. Oh, this land is made you and me. Sing with me now. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to New York Island, the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream water. Oh, this land is made for you and me. When the sun came shining, I was strolling, the wheat fields waving, the dust clouds rolling, the voice came chanting, the thought was lifting. Oh, this land is made for you and me. Sing it with me. This land is your land. This land is mine. From California to New York Island, the redwood forest, the Gulf Stream water. Oh, this land is made for you and me. I say this land is made for you and me. I mean everybody in this land is made for you and me. Oh, I mean for you.
I got a lot to talk about. They shouldn't have shut me up that long, because now I'm going to really let loose on them for the next 18 months. They're going to hear a lot from me.
We've used our editorial judgment in not including extended portions of that exchange.
I don't know how we're going to reach people now. I know that there's a lot more availability of press now that I've announced, so that I'm going to be able to talk to people that I haven't been able to talk to for 18 years, that I've been censored in talking to. If we can't have a common consensus about what is true and what is not true, we're going to be at each other's throats. And then the government's remedy for that is silencing people who disagree with the official story and marginalizing them and vilifying them and gaslighting them and, making them pariahs.
How can the Kennedy campaign today in the face of all this hostility? So far, the internet has been our friend to some extent because it is in our hands and it's possible for us to live stream. It's possible for us to get our own message out, even though every other website out there seems to be hostile and intent either on censoring that message or directly attacking their agenda. Until they turn the internet off, those are the means that can be used to keep this campaign going, And if they turn the internet off, then we're going to have to rely on face-to-face communication.
I look at this crowd, I see all the flags of Europe. I see people of every color.
We're living in a sea of propaganda and censorship. And when I look at the media, it's all these narratives. They all want you to get to think and act in a certain way. And most people they don't have a good defense against propaganda.
Between Facebook and the White House, there was an acknowledgement that they were being asked and they were complying with censoring information that everybody knew to be true. Tapped up the cost of the Ukraine war to $113 billion. I am not going to run a mean-spirited campaign or a personal campaign against President Biden. And I think everybody wants safe vaccines.
Look, when the horse track is muddy, all horses have a chance to win. Well, look at where politics in our nation and our world is today. It's a muddy horse track. Bobby has a great chance of doing this.
We have a poll. Kennedy Jr. has basically been nowhere, yet he's at 20%.
And with an absolutely hostile media campaign.
A new poll from Echelon Insights finds that Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s favorability numbers among likely voters are the same as Vice President Kamala Harris's and Donald Trump's at 39% and just a few points below President Biden, who has 43%. But the more notable statistic here is that RFK Jr.'s favorability is skyrocketing.
I think a lot of Americans are really interested in somebody who will tell them the truth. And if I'm right about that, then, this election will have a happy ending. And if it's not, I'll still have a happy ending.
Oh, wow, this place is getting packed. I'm talking about you guys are in here. How are you feeling so far? Are you loving it? Wait, let's try this again. I've got another question. Are we taking Bobby to the White House? America, did you hear that? Everybody, our next guest that I am bringing up is Ron Korn. Ron Korn has been involved in the Menominee language restoration efforts for over 20 years. He has dedicated his career to learning and teaching the Menominee language. He's done it throughout his career at high schools, the college level, and in tribal programs, and all throughout the community through his nonprofit organization. Everyone, let's give it up for Ron Korn.
Nahau nature matnamin ewok, netano e makanuk, mishik maoni wiok e hiosa itua. Yope yos and cotton no watch kakikitim and a sekimaka a yos. Nene ayawi and I mut sakwat. Taminaka o matnamine hake ne wapium. O wasan ne totam. No nat ni opit to shiwinini. Nikia kishitna to shiaki. Ne matamosha maya o wasesa. Ni anen ni chianak. Ne tatno tatno ne kut no sasa. Hello, everybody. How are we feeling today? I just introduced myself to you all in the best way that I know how, from the direction that I come in, and I'm more than happy to be here to offer these words to start this campaign out. I was asked to use the beautiful Menominee language from the reservation, from my people that I come from in north central Wisconsin, and so we're going to use our language to start this out and ask that everybody from Bobby to the people helping us out at the door, the campaign people, so that things go good for them as they start this journey out. And I know that they're going to be dedicating a lot of time, effort, and energy, and I wish the best for them and the ones at their houses. So that's what we're going to do here this afternoon. Nahau, enota hayane kut kesamanato, kemasamasanoak, koko masamanawak. Una opmini nata mokan watakun, wawaden kitanen maoni kako, hayawis kayesa satian, e yope kayesa sekimaka, yo mini kesekat, pasa sekimaka e yos. Enota hayane kut inani, Bobby ta una up waichin o kiwuk. Yotni ma met se kako kiwa sata to, yope, wapa, all mishika manaka manat. Ke ko chemane mo sta pene to ene mihikan ene ta maoni mahno sekimaka wa wanen kitanani mo ne tanoe makanuk ine. Have a beautiful day, everybody. Nice to see you.
And we're going to keep this right on going. We have an awesome, awesome performer coming up. She's going to sing for us. She's noted to be from the Hill House. And I don't know if you guys know about the Hill House, but the Hill House was recognized by Ronald Reagan for the work that Ms. Hale did in the community. So everyone, without further ado, I'm going to introduce this wonderful, wonderful performer, Mika Hale.
From sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful, for heroes provide than self their country loves, and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. Every God bless America!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Chief of Staff for the Kennedy campaign, Miss Bridget Rasmussen.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I just wanted to come up and say a few words about the We the People party here in California. Who's heard of We the People? Woo! Awesome. Amazing. So as an independent candidate, Bobby does not automatically appear on the ballot here in California. So we formed a party called We the People in order to get him ballot access here in California, which also happens to be my home state. I'm actually from San Francisco, so just across the bridge. So we've got dozens of volunteers here. They all have green badges, and they can all walk you through the steps in just a couple minutes to register for We the People. And that's how we're gonna get Bobby on the ballot in California and eventually get him in the White House. So, yep. Thank you so much again for being here and being a part of this historical day.
How's everybody doing? There's a lot of energy in this building. Make some noise for RFK. Let's keep the energy going. Well, we're gonna do something collaborative to make sure we continue to show our support. So I want everybody to pull out their phones right now, or in 3 seconds, and I want you to text FUTURE to 20241. Remember, text FUTURE to 20241, and is everybody ready to declare their independence? Is everybody ready to declare their independence? Everybody watching in this audience, once again, text FUTURE to 20241, and we're gonna see you soon.
My independence.
We declare our independence.
This is a day of affirmation, a celebration of liberty. We stand here in the name of freedom. We are committed to peaceful and nonviolent change. We must recognize the full human equality of all of our people, not just to those of a particular religion, not just to those of a particular race, not just to the wealthy, but to all of the people. We must do it for the single and fundamental reason that it is the right thing to do.
A new twist
twist this morning for the country's most famous political dynasty.
RFK Jr. plans
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
independence
the presidential
on
race
October 9th in the state of
That it's time to heal a divided nation and return the power to the people.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
We are told today that our nation is hopelessly divided. But I found something different as I travel this country. I have witnessed an upwelling of optimism that I've never seen before. Something is stirring in us that says it doesn't have to be this way. And so I've come here today to declare our independence from the tyranny of corruption, which robs us of affordable lives, our belief in the future, and our respect for each other. But to do that, I must first declare my own independence. Independence from the Democratic Party and from all other political parties. I haven't made this decision lightly. It's very painful for me to let go of the party of my uncles, my father, my grandfather, and both of my great-grandfathers. But my sacrifice is nothing compared to the risk our founding fathers took when they signed the Declaration of Independence 247 years ago. They knew that if their revolution failed, every last one of them would be hanged. They chose to place everything on the line. When John Adams put his pen down after adding his signature to the Declaration, he turned to those present and he said to them, sink or swim, live or die, survive or perish. From this day on, I am with my country. I'm going to make that same pledge to you today so that I can stand before you, as every leader should stand before you, free of partisan allegiance, free from the backroom deals, a servant only to my conscience, to my Creator, and to you. Every president enters office promising to unite the nation and to work with people from the other party across the aisle. None of them ever does it. They can't. They're already chosen a side. Well, I'm not going to have that problem. I'm going to build coalitions from both sides of the aisle. And except for the small minority of public officials who are actually corrupt, I'm going to tell you this secret. They too want liberation from the system that has captured them. And isn't that ultimately what we all want? Liberation from a system that robs us of our wealth, our health, our hope, our patriotism, our ideals, our freedoms, and ultimately our sense of ourselves as a good and capable people. Is healing our divided nation possible? Let's go take back our country. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
I declare my independence.
I declare my independence.
I declare my independence.
We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
I declare my independence.
Yo declaro mi independencia.
We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
Few men are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows, the censure of their colleagues, the wrath of their society. Moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle or great intelligence. It is the one essential, vital quality for those who seek to change the world.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I approve this message.
Ladies and gentlemen, the brilliant, the beautiful, the hilarious Cheryl Hines.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Oh my gosh. I am so excited that you're here to help us celebrate another milestone on Bobby's campaign to the presidency. Yes. And I just want to take a moment to say, as we move through our day, let's think about the people in Baltimore who are experiencing their tragedy, and we want to keep them in our thoughts, in our hearts, and our prayers today. Yeah. So you're probably here to hear what Bobby has to say today. It's a very exciting day, and you will not be disappointed. One of the things that I love about Bobby, there are a lot, I won't spend the day naming them, but one of the things that I truly respect about him, I have watched him and continue to watch him inspire people of all different parties to come together for the greater good of this country. Yeah. So when you look around you, you're probably going to see Republicans, Democrats, Independents, all gathered together to see what we have in common and how we can work together. And that's what Bobby's all about, and that's who he is, and that's what he's doing. And America is listening and is inspired. All right, I think we should just do it. Are you ready to hear from Bobby? Are you at all interested to hear from the new VP pick? Okay, well let's make a lot of noise. I want to really hear how enthusiastic you are about this. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my love for the next president of the United States, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And I want to start out, first of all, for thanking all of you, and thanking Oakland, and thank all of you for being here today. I also want to thank the tribal chiefdoms, the Muwekli Ohlone tribe, and the chairwoman of the tribal council for endorsing me today, for putting their faith in me. And they know the Muwekli Ohlone tribe. Oh, and they know very much that this struggle for indigenous rights has consumed a lot of my life, my personal and my professional life, and that this work is going to continue when we are in the White House. The Muwekli Ohlone are one of the many tribes that were decertified during the 1950s and 1960s, and These tribes need to be re-legitimized, and that's something that I will do as soon as I get in the White House. I want to say something about Oakland. My father spent a lot of time doing hearings in Oakland on the poverty issues for the Poverty Committee in 1967 when he was United States Senator, and then he came back here in 1968 on the presidential campaign. And during that presidential run, he made an unscheduled visit to Oakland's Taylor Memorial Church. And he went there with Willie Brown, who, as you know, later became mayor of San Francisco, but at that time he was an assemblyman. And he came to meet with a lot of local activists here in Oakland at a very, very violent and turbulent time. He met with the NAACP and the Black Panther Party. And it was a very rancorous meeting. He was advised by the local police chief not to go. He attended with two of his companions, John Glenn, the astronaut, one of his best friends, Rayford Johnson, who had been the decathlon champion in 1960 and was one of my father's closest friends. And the meeting was so rancorous and vitriolic that at one point, Rayford and John Glenn advised my father to leave. People were insulting him. People were threatening him. And my dad refused. And he said, this is between me and them. I need to hear them out. I need to hear what they're going to say. And he waited. He stayed throughout that meeting. And the next day, all of the people who were at that meeting signed up to join his campaign. And the Black Panther Party provided his security detail here in Oakland and continued to provide security for him later on in the campaign in his convoys. And there was a lesson that I just wanted to share with you because it's a lesson all of us need to learn at this point in our history. And we need to start listening to each other, even when it's difficult. We need to sit through the anger. We need to sit with each other and listen to the feelings and not walk away and not see each other as enemies, but learn to love each other even through that anger and vitriol. We need to start coming back to each other as Americans again. Now, the last time I was in Oakland was when I served on the trial team in the Monsanto cases, and we tried two of the three cases in this city. We won $289 million in the first, and then the third one, which we tried here, we asked the jury for $1 billion, and an Oakland jury gave us $2.2 billion. And that brought Monsanto to the negotiating table, and we settled then all 40,000 cases. But I lived here for several months during that trial, and I got to really love the city. The Monsanto case was the latest in a lifetime of battles for me to get poisons out of our food and out of our farms and to restore our soils. That effort has consumed a lot of my life, and I wanted a vice president who shared my passion for wholesome, healthy foods, chemical-free, for regenerative agriculture, for good soils. And I found exactly the right person. And among other things, she has used over the past several years cutting-edge technology, including AI, to calculate the catastrophic health consequences of toxins in our soil, our air, our water, and our food. Technology has been a lifelong passion for my future vice president. This is important because I also wanted a vice president who shares my indignation about the participation of big tech as a partner in the censorship and the surveillance and the information warfare that our government is currently waging against the American people. And that's why I'm bringing on someone with a deep inside knowledge about how big tech uses AI to manipulate the public. I want a partner with strong ideas about how to reverse those dire threats to democracy and to our freedoms. I managed to find a technologist at the forefront of AI. She has spent the last decade relying on neural networks, artificial intelligence, and cutting-edge science to identify abuses in our government. She understands that the health of every American is a national security issue and a national security risk. Her work has proven time and again that health drives our economy, that it is the foundation of our mental health, our national happiness, our ability to lead the world in innovation and prosperity and in peace. I also wanted someone who was an athlete, who could help me inspire Americans to heal, to get them back in shape. And I'm happy to report that my vice president is an avid surfer, who attended school on a softball scholarship. I wanted, right here in Oakland, I wanted someone who was battle-tested, able to withstand criticism and the controversy and all the defamations and slanders and perjuries that are thrown against anyone who embarks on a presidential campaign. I wanted an advocate who has seen corruption of our regulatory agencies firsthand, who shares my indignation about the way it allows regulated industries to commoditize our food, our wildlife, and our children. I wanted someone who would honor the traditions of our nation as a nation of immigrants, but who also understands that to be a nation, we need secure borders. I wanted a partner who was a gifted administrator, but also possesses the gift of curiosity, an open, inquiring mind, and the confidence to change even her strongest opinions in the face of contrary evidence. I wanted someone with a spiritual dimension and compassion and idealism, and above all, a deep love for the United States of America. And I found all of those qualities in a woman who grew up right here in Oakland, the daughter of immigrants who overcame every daunting obstacle and went on to achieve the highest levels of the American dream. So that is why I'm so proud to introduce to you the next Vice President of the United States, my fellow lawyer, a brilliant scientist, technologist, a fierce warrior mom, Nicole Shanahan. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Nicole before we bring her out here. Then we're going to see a video. And Nicole's personal story began in Oakland. She was the daughter of impoverished immigrants. She grew up on food stamps and welfare in the city, beset by many, many other unique challenges, all of which she overcame. Her very, very American journey took her to a career as a patent attorney, and as a Silicon Valley tech entrepreneur, and as a Stanford University fellow. Like many of us, Nicole assumed our government was working for our people, that our defense and intelligence agencies wanted peace, that public health agencies wanted us to be healthy, that the USDA supported wholesome foods and family farms, that the EPA would stand up for clean air and clean water, that the Fed wanted prosperous America, that the Democratic Party was on the side of the middle class, the working poor, and Main Street small businesses, that scientists were incorruptible, and that the science was a search for, an exalted search for the truth, and that the President of the United States could always be counted on to defend free speech. I too used to believe those things. Do you remember those days? And she'll tell you that she now understands that the defense agencies work for the military-industrial complex, that health agencies work for big pharma, that the USDA works for big ag and the processed food cartels, that the EPA is in cahoots with the polluters, that scientists can be mercenaries, that government officials sometimes act as censors, and that the Fed works for Wall Street and allows millionaire bankers to prey upon Main Street and the American worker. And that's why Nicole and I both left the Democratic Party. Our values didn't change, but the Democratic Party did. The things that we love are still the same. We love our families, our children, and our faith. We love clean air and clean water and productive soils and good food. We love the wilderness and our Purple Mountains majesty. And above all, we love our country. We want America to live up to her highest ideals. We want her to be an exemplary nation again, a global leader in freedom, opportunity, and responsible government. We want America to be a peacemaker, a moral authority. We want our children to grow up, as I did, in a country for which they feel love and pride. We want them to feel safe and to have every opportunity for dignity, prosperity, and community. We want them to have confidence in their futures. We want them to have the best education. We want America to be friendly to farmers and entrepreneurs. We want America to honor its veterans and its teachers. We want scientists to stand up for science and for truth. And we want our government to defend our right to free speech. Nicole and I share all of these values. And you know what? Despite the artificially orchestrated divisions, nearly all Americans share the same values that we do. And I'm grateful that Nicole has put her self-interest aside and made the momentous and very, very difficult decision to embark with me on this extraordinary crusade to win back our country. And I was most importantly looking for a partner who is a young person. And Nicole is only 38 years old. And I wanted that because I want Nicole to be a champion to the growing number of millennials and Gen Z Americans who have lost faith in their future and lost their pride in our country. Many in her generation have stopped believing that older people who have been running our government for so long understand them or represent their interests. That older generation that now dominates Congress, the Supreme Court, and the White House is the same generation, the same people who ran up the $34 trillion debt, and millennials and Gen Z and their children will shoulder the burden. It was my baby boom generation that unleashed the epidemic of chronic disease that has made America the sickest country in the world. The only response to this calamity by government officials today is to gaslight us into pretending that it's all normal, that it's not really happening. Nicole and I both share doubts about the corporate captured uniparty and that it can produce leaders capable of imagining a different version of America, a hopeful version of the future. We both have doubts that either the Democratic or Republican Party nominees are capable of dealing with the complexities and fulfilling the great promise of a technology-driven economy. In the right hands, technology can be America's salvation. It can give us the path out of debt chaos, out of environmental ruin, out of the chronic disease epidemic. But we both fear that in the wrong hands, technology can turn its power against humanity. We don't think that either President Trump or President Biden understands the promise or the peril of technology sufficiently to direct its trajectory toward freedom and healing and prosperity. And we're now witnessing this dismaying contest between the two oldest presidential candidates in history. Those two men, during their terms as president, both worked to close our Main Street businesses for a year, 3.3 million businesses, with no due process, no scientific citation, no public hearings, no environmental impact statement. They just told us to shut them down. Those policies that both of them engineered transferred $4 trillion from the middle class to this new oligarchy of billionaires. They created 500 new billionaires in 500 days, a billionaire a day. Today, together, they ran up a greater debt than all previous presidents combined since George Washington. Two men with a single term in office each. Now, they don't want us talking about those things. They want us instead to hate each other, to fear the other guy. But to young Americans, they look like two sides of the same coin. If we vote for either of them again, we can expect, and we will deserve, more of the same. The annihilation of our middle class, the further impoverishment of working poor, more chronic disease, more epidemics, more environmental destruction, more debt, more war, and fewer constitutional rights. I've asked Nicole to use the platform of the vice presidency to speak for all, not just young people, but all the invisible, voiceless Americans who feel let down by our government. As your vice president, Nicole will represent working poor who feel forgotten, who sink every day deeper into debt. She's going to fight for all those Americans who know what it's like to skip meals to pay for gasoline, and who watch food prices spike ever higher and wonder how in the world they're going to make it through the grocery store checkout line. I want her to stand up for the children who are receiving substandard educations, and for the veterans who are feeding their families in soup kitchens, and for the 1.1 million American children whose parents served in Afghanistan and Iraq, and who silently struggle with PTSD and with traumatic brain injury. I want her to represent the mothers who struggle to protect their children from bad chemicals, bad pharmaceuticals, and bad food. As vice president, she will stand between them and the big ag, big pharma, the chemical industry, the processed food industry, the government regulators who are colluding to poison our kids for profit. And as vice president, she's going to stand with me against the military-industrial complex. And the neocon interventionists and all of their forever wars. In 1932, Franklin Roosevelt appointed my grandfather, Joseph Kennedy, to run his brand new Securities and Exchange Commission. My grandfather had been a stock manipulator on Wall Street, and FDR wanted a chairman who understood the stock market inside and out as the only person who could reform it. In a similar vein, Nicole will stand up to Silicon Valley, which she knows inside and out. And she's going to stand up to Wall Street, to the big banks, the larcenists, K Street lobbyists, the regulatory czars, the unbridled central bank money printers, the crony capitalists, and all of the other people who have turned our country from a democracy into a corporate kleptocracy. These are the people. Their cupidity drives our corrupt campaign finance system, which is nothing more than a system of legalized bribery. This is a system that has put agency capture on steroids and made our government regulators sock puppets for the industries that they're supposed to regulate. The corrupt merger of state and corporate power now straddles our nation's capital like a mythical harpy, sucking the economic, social, and moral vitality out of the nation's polity of free citizens, gorging itself on the bleaching bones of the American middle class. Nicole is going to help me free our country from that predatory cabal. Our independent run for the presidency is finally going to bring down the Democratic and Republican duopoly. That gave us this ruinous debt, chronic disease, endless wars, lockdowns, mandates, agency capture, and the same Trump-Biden uniparty that has captured and appropriated democracy and turned it over to BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, and the other corporate donors. Nicole Shanahan will help me rally support for our revolution against the uniparty rule from both ends of the right and left political spectrum. Now let me tell you what Nicole and I are up against and what we need to do to win and how we're going to do it. The New York Times this week published an article estimating that the Democratic Party war chest will ultimately be, which is $1.1 billion today already, the largest in the history of any political party. Within a few months, it's going to be $3 billion. And the Democratic Party is not going to use that war chest to amplify President Biden's voice. Is using it to stop its opponents from getting on the ballot and to turn Americans against each other and inundate us with fear. Incidentally, the Republican Party will raise about the same amount. Does anybody here think that these big money donors who are giving all that money are acting out of a patriotic impulse? Do you think they're acting out of a humanitarian impulse? No, of course they're not. For them, this is an investment, and they expect a return on that investment, and they expect a very, very big return. The campaign finance system has transformed our government from a model democracy into a corporate kleptocracy. So we're up against this campaign is up against the most powerful financial interest in history. We also face a determined campaign to keep us off the ballot by fair means or foul. Evidently, the Democrats have little faith in their candidate's ability to win in the old-fashioned way at the voting booth. We are going to overcome these financial and legal challenges, but I want to talk about another obstacle that's even more important. It's the obstacle of cynicism. It's the obstacle of fear. It's the deeply ingrained habit of voting for someone you have little passion for because he is the lesser of two evils, because you are so afraid that the other guy will win. Well, don't you want to vote for someone this time? And not just against someone. Don't you want to vote for a candidate and a country that you can be proud of? I know you do, because 70% of Americans say that they don't want to have to choose between President Trump and President Biden. They don't want to choose between the lesser of two evils again. They especially don't want to choose between the two men who brought us the $34 trillion debt, the endless wars, the censorship, the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. Republicans and Democrats have taken turns in office for 30 years now, and all of these problems have just gotten worse. That's why those same polls show that my approval ratings are far above those of President Trump and President Biden. Now, both the Democrats and Republicans are looking at those poll results, and they're devising ways to keep me off the ballot. They don't want to give you the choice. You know, when I was a kid, the Democratic Party was fighting. Its primary fight was to make sure that every American had the right to vote, and none of us were disenfranchised. But today's Democratic Party is doing the opposite. It's working to disenfranchise any Americans who they don't think will vote for their agenda. The principal technique is to call me a spoiler and instill fear in Americans that voting for me will get some other terrifying candidate elected. Our campaign is a spoiler. I agree with that. It's a spoiler for President Biden and for President Trump. It's a spoiler for the war machine. It's a spoiler for Wall Street and big ag and big tech and big telecom and big pharma and the corporate-owned media and all the corrupt politicians and corporations. That's why they're trying to keep me off the ballot and to frighten you into choosing between the two tired and unpopular heads of the uniparty. Millions of Americans are not going to vote at all if they're not given another choice. They're simply withdrawing from American democracy. Well, Nicole and I are going to give those millions another choice. The Democrats and Republicans are trying to divide America. They tell us to hate each other, to mistrust each other, to accuse each other of treason, to warn us against these, in apocalyptical terms, that democracy itself is doomed if the other side wins. They turn families against each other. They turn neighbors against each other and friends against each other. They're trying to divide America, but Nicole and I will unite it. And that's our path to victory. That's how we're going to win. That's how we're going to forge an unstoppable coalition of homeless Democrats and homeless Republicans who are ready to look at the universal values that unite us all, and that every conscientious American wants the same way Nicole wants it and I wants it. All of those things that I described, our love, our children, good food, good soils, moral authority around the world, the end of the warfare state, an incorruptible government, all of those things we all want. If we can only persuade enough Americans to vote out of hope rather than of fear, we're going to be in the White House in November. Now, we've all had the advantage of seeing what President Trump and President Biden can do for our country. Do any of you want more of the same? If you want more of the same, you should vote out of fear. If you want genuine change, and you need to take a risk and join Team Kennedy. And join the new American Revolution. What that means is to vote from your conscience, vote from your heart, vote out of idealism, vote out of optimism for this country. Refuse, above all, to vote from fear. You know, in 1776, there was a generation of Americans who believed in democracy and something that didn't exist anywhere in the world. Something that was so improbable, so implausible, so impossible. And most people thought it was a joke. And yet they took a risk, not a little risk, not the little risk that you're taking today by going through a voting booth. They risked their lives, and many of them lost it. They risked their properties. They risked their reputations. And they gave us the democracy that we have today, the model democracy for the whole world. So they acted out of fear, and if you vote out of fear on this election, you are dishonoring that generation of Americans and the thousands and hundreds of thousands of Americans who gave their lives in the Civil War and World War II and World War I and all of the other times that people went and risked their lives to defend our country. If Nicole and I can get Americans to refuse to vote from fear, we're going to be in the White House in November. Nicole and I are running to help heal the symptoms of an ailing America, to heal our divisions, to heal our economy, to heal our mental health and our spiritual and our physical health. But we can't do it alone. We need you. And now I have a governing partner who will fight for you and for your family until the last corporate kickback from our government, the last toxin is cleared from our water and our soil. Until the last American child gets to live a healthy life and to pursue their own happiness in the land of the free, until the last censor is gone from our government. I'm confident that there is no American more qualified than Nicole Shanahan to play this role. So I'm proud to introduce to all of you the next Vice President of the United States of America, Nicole Shanahan. Thank you all very much.
She's a visionary leader and relentless in driving and supporting important projects to improve our lives.
Great perseverance, great leadership. Her success is unparalleled.
She is an incredibly inspiring woman who touches the hearts and minds of everyone I have seen her bring together.
Okay. Oh, great.
Across.
What young people are faced with today is completely unprecedented, and it's going to take a new generation of leadership that understands deeply those threats because they are themselves technologists to address the issues at hand. It's going to take leadership that has spent their life in technology. It's going to take leadership that understands what questions to ask, how to ask them, and what it looks like to implement a plan. This is not the America of the 1950s. This is the America of 2024. And in this America, it's going to take communities coming to the White House that never have actually been in the White House. And these are going to be tech communities, these are going to be Gen Z communities, these are going to be millennial communities who really believe that working together is going to get us to a healthier America with solutions that actually work. I was born in Roseville, California, near Sacramento. Then my mom and dad decided to move back to Oakland into the home my dad grew up in. You learn from a young age growing up in Oakland that we are all made equal and we all get a shot at something great. And the color of your skin just gives you a different, cool cultural perspective. And you know, I'm half Chinese, half Caucasian, but to the people around me, I was Nicole. My mom immigrated to the United States in 1983 from Guangzhou, China. My father, in particular, struggled with substance abuse, various mental health challenges. We relied on government assistance for a good portion of my childhood. Every time my dad lost a job, there wasn't a lot of money to cover basic expenses like food. And we would get food stamps and go to the local grocery store with our mom, my brother, and I. And at the checkout counter, I remember she would ask my brother and I to go stand by the magazines when it was time to pay. Whew. It was hard. It's really hard. Those programs, they saved my family. They gave me a chance. I went to the University of Puget Sound in Tacoma, Washington. I graduated in 2007, and I started working actually on medical device patents as a paralegal. I was always asked to be kind of the resident law firm nerd that was in charge of making sure the software always worked well and represented all of the client data correctly. And I loved it. I was at Santa Clara Law School, which is really in the heart of Silicon Valley, and trains some of the top IP law professionals in the country. In 2014, I joined Stanford Law and Computer Science to become a Codex Fellow. My center at Stanford, Codex, one of our core themes is how to build humanistic programming into AI. AI unregulated can be disastrous for us. We're already seeing early signs of it. And, you know, on day one of Bobby Kennedy's presidency as his vice president, I will mobilize the best legal ethicists in AI on the planet. And they're going to have knowledge of computational ethics. So after my 2 years at Stanford, I spun out my company, Clear Access IP. I then founded a foundation of my own called Bia Echo Foundation, one of the largest funds in women's reproductive health ever created. Human reproductive health is in decline globally, and at a pace that is actually causing alarm in certain countries right now. Women's health is a direct indication of environmental health. I gave birth to a healthy baby girl in November of 2018. That was the happiest day of my life. From time of birth until 7 months, she smiled, she giggled, she paid attention, she hugged, she, grasped for things. She had a great appetite. At around 10 months, things had changed dramatically. She wasn't engaging as much, and her energy didn't seem as high, and her muscle mass seemed weak. I would, sit her to just sit on her own, and she wouldn't be able to hold herself up when previously she could. She wasn't speaking, she wasn't pointing, she seemed kind of, in her own world, and the evaluator clearly identified symptoms associated with autism spectrum disorder. And it was then and there in 2020 that my life changed forever. Chronic disease in children is due to environmental disruptors that cause inflammatory symptoms, which then reduce the child's ability to heal. I've learned that the top environmental health exposures are really in 3 categories. There's endocrine disruption, which is caused by various chemicals in our consumer products, chemicals and preservatives in our foods. The second category of environmental exposures are electrochemical in nature. That electrical interference comes in the form of our wireless technologies, our devices, our cell phones, and we have no regulatory body currently in the United States keeping an eye on this. The third category of environmental exposures really is medications that we rely on for our healthcare system. And ironically, many of these medications are prescribed to help manage the symptoms related to exposures caused by categories 1 and 2. It's a Band-Aid that actually poses new risks. I've spent my life in data and technology, and I know that there is a solution here to this problem. We have the tools today to get there, and if we are open to this conversation, we are on path to healing America. And that is a simple conclusion that I think any person in America can make once they have the information. We owe it to the American family to take these toxins out of our food and out of our water, out of our medicines. This campaign is so much more than politics. This campaign is about what is sacred. And what is sacred is our health and our families in this land, this beautiful land that deserves much greater attention and care than we've given it. I'm making this move as an independent now because I've been finding it harder and harder to find the leadership in the White House that represents the issues closest to my heart. And in order for us to get there, I think we all need to rethink what has happened to the DNC and the RNC for that matter. We need an opportunity, we crave an opportunity to see how we can serve in the best interests of the American public outside of a system that hasn't worked. We deserve a real election of optimism. And that's what Bobby Kennedy gives us a chance at.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next Vice President of the United States, Nicole Shanahan.
Hi, everybody. And thank you so much for being here today. It is so good to be here in Oakland. This city will always have a special place in my heart. You know, I grew up just a few miles from this very spot. My mother, who's standing right there with her phone up, she immigrated here from Guangzhou, China. And my late father was an Irish and German American. I want to tell you a little bit about my childhood so you can understand the source of my politics and convictions. My mother's first job when she came to the United States in 1983 was as a live-in caretaker to an elderly woman here at Lake Merritt. By the time I was born, she worked as a dental office secretary. My father loved my brother and I dearly, but he was very troubled, plagued by substance abuse, and he struggled to keep a job. From watching my father and his struggles, I learned not to be judgmental. He was doing the best he could. I think of him when I see the statistics of the millions of Americans who are addicted, depressed, or suffering. This is one of the epidemics of our time. It affects nearly every American family. I wish my experience was unusual, but it's not. It has become part of my determination to do something for our country. Every time my dad lost his job, our family just couldn't cover expenses. Food, gas, clothing, upkeep. It adds up more than you have in this situation. I know a lot of Americans know exactly what that's like, to just be one misfortune away from disaster. I don't think we would have made it without food stamps and government help. My mom worked hard, but it wouldn't have been possible to keep it together without that help. As you probably know, I became very wealthy later on in life, but my roots in Oakland taught me many things I have never forgotten. That the purpose of wealth is to help those in need. That's what it's for. And I want to bring that back to politics too. That is the purpose of privilege. I went to St. Mary's High School, just a few miles from here. In my junior year, we have some St. Mary's Panthers here. In my junior year, I had another formative experience, and that set me up for this lifetime of political consciousness. I applied for a program to live with families in El Salvador. In praying with these families and helping them rebuild after the civil war there, I learned what war really is. I learned how it rips lives apart, it brutalizes children, how it visits unspeakable horror on the innocent. And I also learned the resilience of the human spirit and its infinite capacity to heal, to forgive and to restore. El Salvador is where I came to understand war, but more importantly is where I also came to understand peace. That is what inspired me to my first political action in high school. At the onset of the Iraq War, I became an anti-war activist. Yes. If I'm being honest, I didn't really know how to do it. I printed pamphlets and I led a walkout, and we went to our local radio station. But I knew in my bones then that violence begets more violence. I'd seen what that does to society, and I didn't want my country, the country I love so dearly, to be doing that in the world. Yeah. So these are two of my political convictions I hold today: to serve peace and to help those in poverty. So you can understand why I gravitated to the Democratic Party, because that was supposed to be the party of peace, the party of compassion. Many Democrats, we still believe in those ideals, but unfortunately, as an institution, it has lost its way. There is only one anti-war candidate today, and you won't find him in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. He is an independent, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yes, and it is his commitment to peace and to the welfare of hardworking people in America that draw me as a person of compassion to his candidacy. Yes. As recently as a year ago, I really didn't think much of Bobby Kennedy because I didn't know much about him. All I had was a mainstream media narrative that was effectively telling me horrible, disparaging things. But then a friend who's here today pulled me aside and she said, "Nicole, please do me a favor. Just listen to an interview with Bobby Kennedy, just one." So I did. And then I listened to another one and then another one, and I recognized that the person who I was seeing in these interviews was the exact opposite of the media slander of his character. I saw a person of intelligence, of compassion, and of reason. I saw a fellow lawyer who had committed himself to finding the truth and fighting for the environment and for people. I discovered a person who speaks out on issues that, even though they are critically important to human health and welfare, are consistently ignored by our government. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hope for our democracy again. We can do this. It's possible. One of those issues also happens to be a passion of mine and a focus of my philanthropic work: chronic disease. I got into it through my own journey of reproductive health, followed by a steep learning curve for caring for my daughter, who has an autism diagnosis. In that journey, I discovered that women's fertility is in precipitous decline around the world. We are facing a crisis in reproductive health that is embedded in the larger epidemic of chronic disease. Because it has been so personal for me and my daughter, I got deep into the research and consulted some of the best scientists and doctors. Let me tell you what I found. There are three main causes. One is the toxic substances in our environment, like endocrine disrupting chemicals in our food, water, and soil, like the pesticide residues, the industrial pollutants, the microplastics, the PFAs, the food additives, and the forever chemicals that have contaminated nearly every human cell. Yes, and it makes you angry to hear this. It makes me angry to say it because we shouldn't be here right now. Second is electromagnetic pollution. You don't hear politicians talking much about that either, but it is something we need to look at. As Bobby says, we need to investigate every possible cause of chronic disease epidemic that is devouring our nation from the inside. Third, I'm sorry to say, is our medications. Pharmaceutical medicine has its place, but no single safety study can assess the cumulative impact of one prescription on top of another prescription and one shot on top of another shot on top of another shot throughout the course of childhood. We just don't do that study right now, and we ought to. We can and we will. Conditions like autism used to be 1 in 10,000. Now here in the state of California, it is 1 in 22. 1 in 22 children affected. Allergies, obesity, anxiety, depression, our children are not well. Our people are not well, and our country will not be well for very much longer if we don't heed this desperate call for attention. I've spoken to our government agencies. Trust me, I've tried. I've spoken to senators, I've spoken to governors. They all know something is wrong, but none of them take any action. There is only one candidate I have met for president who takes the chronic disease epidemic seriously. It is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I will be his ally in making our nation healthy again. Yes. It is not about a new pill or, quote, finding the cure. We know the cure is cleaning up our environment and providing the basic public goods that are the foundational conditions for health and healing. It is about a shift in our priorities. It is about compassion. Chronic disease, addiction, poverty, depression, this is where Americans are hurting the most. It is time for politicians to listen. So here is how the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket is going to end the chronic disease epidemic. While Bobby is focused on ending the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, I am going to assemble the best technologists and scientists in the world, and we will use the latest in AI and computation and examine the health records databases of our nation and those other nations who are also on a quest to solve chronic disease. We will find the answers. We will find the answers to our most pressing health concerns within weeks, not decades. We can, if we have access to those databases. It is time to move out of the dark ages of medicine. We can solve the mysteries guarded by corporate influence. We can move from Band-Aid solutions, and we can end this chronic disease epidemic once and for all. I believe it. You know, my sense is that most American moms and dads already know the truth of the matter, and it's just long overdue that the duty of care owed to the American family is actually given. We can find the answers conclusively. You know, I have a background in tech, so I tend to think in terms of data. In my tech days, I developed AI-powered software to automate affordable legal services. Well, guess what? The CDC and research institutions have the data we need. We can apply technology to figure out environmental factors. We can figure out what's making us sick. We just have to ask the right questions, do the right research, and apply the right tools. We have to rid science of the corporate bias that contaminates it today. Then we put this thing into reverse. So actually, the first issue that I applied my tech background to was criminal justice. It was across the bay in San Francisco, where the district attorney's office needed help examining thousands of police records thought to contain evidence of racial bias, wrongful arrest, and patterns of prejudice. I put together a team of computer scientists to develop a computational method to collate these records and design a method for analysis. But what I really learned through this was the sorry state of criminal justice in our country. It isn't just about policing. It is about the school to prison pipeline. It is about a broken and dismally functioning infrastructure. It is about recidivism that we have not taken the right approach to. How do we make our systems a system of rehabilitation and not punishment? These questions don't have easy answers. I know this is hard. This is very hard, but they are the right questions to be asked, and there's only one candidate asking them, and it's Bobby Kennedy. And I'm going to mention one more issue close to my heart. This has to do with climate. My interest in health and solving climate issues has led me to the realm of agriculture. I realize that a nation's health comes down to its soil and the people who work it. Hell yeah. Healthy soil is the foundation of healthy food, it is the foundation of a healthy ecosystem, and it is our answer to the climate crisis. It is the foundation of a healthy economy. But what politician besides Bobby Kennedy do you ever hear talking about soil? None. I've produced 2 films on the issue. Common Ground is the latest. We've got some Common Ground and Kiss the Ground people here. Thank you guys for coming out today. I've talked to Congress people and senators, but all I've gotten are vague promises that never amount to real change. Republicans and Democrats alike have fallen under the sway of big agrochemical companies and food conglomerates. They might invoke the ideal of the family farm, but they have betrayed it again and again. So I am entering myself, I know I'm not a politician until just now, but I am entering myself to do this work and to highlight this need, because guess what? I've met some of the most innovative American farmers. Their methods rebuild soil, sequester carbon, recharge aquifers, and revitalize the economy. And you know what? We don't have to force anyone to do anything or to imitate them. All we have to do is change our system of regulation and subsidy to support those methods. We can no longer support extractive corporate agriculture. I am so hopeful for this. I hope you all understand now what has brought me into politics, hasn't it? And what, in this moment, I am leaving the Democratic Party. And I want to say 2 things about that. First, even though I am leaving the party, I believe I am taking the best ideals and impulses with me. The Democratic Party is supposed to be the party of compassion. It is supposed to be the party of diplomacy and science. It is supposed to be the party of civil liberties and free speech, and most importantly, the party of the middle class and the American dream. While I know many Democrats still abide by those values, I want to point out, and I've been in touch with many people in the Democratic Party, I do believe they've lost their way in their leadership. I worry for the party's overwhelming interest in elitism, celebrity, and winning at all costs. And I worry that they do it even if that means turning a blind eye on the issues that they all know to be true. I know this because I've been in those circles for the last 8 years, and I have grown increasingly tired of it. It wasn't until I met Bobby and the people supporting him that I felt any hope in the outcome of this election. As I've re-examined my Democratic Party assumptions, I have seen conservative voters with new eyes too. I have met farmers, I have met hunters who are some of the most staunch conservationists I've ever met, who understand ecosystems better than most. I have met mothers protecting their children who are searching every possible avenue for their health. And yet the Republican Party, like the Democratic, is letting them down because the actions of the party are diverting from the values that actually support individual freedom. In fact, the very failure of both parties to do their job to protect their founding values has contributed to the decline of this country in my lifetime. Maybe that's why I see so many Republicans disillusioned with their party as I become disillusioned with mine. If you are one of those disillusioned Republicans, I welcome you to join me, a disillusioned Democrat, in this movement to unify and heal America. This independent movement comes at a time of extreme division in America that threatens to tear this country apart. Yes, let's fix it. It is time for a realignment. It is time, as Bobby Kennedy says, to focus on our unifying values rather than our divisions. And so if anyone is listening who never considered an independent ticket, I want to extend the same invitation to you that my friend did to me last year. Please listen to Bobby Kennedy in his own words. Take a look at his vision for America. It is a vision that I share too, as I spend the next 7 months of my life getting him on each and every ballot in this country. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. The vision we share is a vision of national healing. It is an America that leads the world no longer through force of arms, but through the power of example. It is an America that wages peace through diplomacy. It is an America that had become the sickest industrialized country on the earth and turned it around. We're gonna turn it around. It is an America where everyone who works hard can afford a decent life. It is an America where people of all races receive fair and equal treatment under the law. It is an America whose freedoms are the envy of the world. It is an America with honest and transparent government institutions. Can you imagine a country whose government doesn't lie to you? People talk about my age. It's true. I will be the youngest vice president in American history. Let me tell you why so many of us young people have turned away from politics. It's because we lost hope that change would ever come from inside the system. After all, which party wins with promises of hope and change or to drain the swamp? Things proceed as usual, declining bit by bit each passing year. So that's the reason. But the other reason is that we can't stand the phoniness anymore. We can't stand the lies. We can't stand the inauthenticity. And that's why Bobby Kennedy leads in all the polls among young people. We are hearing our voice in his. So I come to you today as a former Democrat. I come to you as a woman not quite 40. I come to you as someone who has experienced sickness and health and poverty and wealth. And I come to you as a mother. You know, most of the philanthropists I work with are women, other mothers. And initially, it was a mother who's here today who reached out to inspire support in this campaign. I never thought in a million years I would be up here running for vice president. No. No. But what I am doing is I'm joining the millions of mothers out there who support this candidacy. They are Republicans and Democrats and independents. They read the labels at the supermarkets and wonder how to keep their kids healthy. They watch in anguish, many of them, when their children suffer from chronic disease. They cry silently as their teenagers deal with depression, anxiety, and addiction. They do their best to hold it together, and they do because they're frickin' strong. They're my heroes. These moms, they're my heroes. They're the moms trying to make a normal life for their children in a world that has gone crazy. As a mother myself who knows the firsthand challenges of raising a child with special needs, I promise to you to make this world a little less crazy. I will work with Bobby Kennedy to make America once again a country of peace, a country of compassion, a country that is prosperous and free. And this won't happen overnight, but I have seen miracles that the human spirit can accomplish. I have seen its resilience. And most importantly, I have seen its capacity to heal. And what is possible for the human being is also possible for our nation. So please, join me and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the healing of America. We've got this. We're gonna do this.
So there you have it. Now we know who it is. The secret revealed.
Wow.
I'll throw it to you for your initial reaction.
Didn't see that one coming. Did you?
I did this morning when the New York Times and all these other media outlets started reporting it.
But I'm so used to fake news that I believe nothing. Nothing that I read. Nothing that I heard. Until I heard it from Kennedy's mouth, I just couldn't believe a damn thing. And now that I've heard it, I still can't believe it. I'm like, at first, I'm like, what?
Look, it makes sense. It does make sense, though. He needs her because he needs her money.
Yeah.
Money
always helps.
And she can get him on all the ballots because she can just open her wallet and pay for it. Tulsi could not do that. True. I don't know if any of those other people could. It would take massive fundraising coupled with huge organizational challenges. She takes care of the money. The organizational challenges take care of themselves. Well, not themselves, but now you have the means to get that done. That's why she's there. And I have to say, very inspirational, idealistic, but very inspirational.
Great life story. I didn't know anything about her life until she told us her story. And I was very moved by it.
Yes, me too.
Especially how she grew up.
But huge challenges in front of her and him. If they were to get elected, let's say they do get to the White House, they're going to need political allies. They need to play the game. Idealism is one thing. Then you have to deal with the reality of the deep state, all of the things that, have been so entrenched. So it's one thing to say it, but another thing to fix it. Yeah.
I hope she's prepared because she seems like a really sweet, tender-hearted lady.
And politics.
I hate to see her get thrown into the Shark Tank.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
I hope she knows what she's getting into.
Probably not.
And they're going to fight like hell against Kennedy and Shanahan.
Oh, up against Big Ag, Big Pharma, the military-industrial complex, the deep state, the lettered agencies, the Democrat machine, the RNC, the MAGA Trumpers. Is there anybody that isn't going to get a knife out and come after them? No. In fact, I don't think that there will be knives. They're going to get out the nukes. They're going to.
You forgot the CIA.
Well, I said the lettered agencies.
Oh, the lettered agencies. Yeah.
Yeah.
That covers the CIA.
They're in a heap of trouble now.
The Republicans and the Democrats too.
I don't think there was anyone they left out that they could get upset with them today. So
they pretty much ticked off all the boxes. Yes, I would say so.
So they'll get the support of the people, but they get the wrath of everything else that's wrong out there.
Well, I mean, you probably saw the comments that were in our chat room on the screen. And of course, at first, nobody wanted to like this woman because all they knew was that she was a big-time Democratic donor, heavily involved with Silicon Valley, big tech, longtime Democrat. She described herself as a progressive through and through. Mm-hmm. Which immediately alienated so many conservative and Republican voters who really like Kennedy. We have, on our campaign, we see so many former DeSantis voters, Ramaswamy voters, Trump voters, who just loved Bobby until today. I don't know if she's going to scare them off. But I was watching the viewer count, Rick, and it just, instead of going down, You know, I watched it as soon as Bobby said her name. I was like, okay, are people going to start leaving now? But they didn't. The numbers went up. And people
they were falling. People falling in love with her.
Yeah, by the end of her speech, all that, I don't like her was, I think I love her. So I think she won a lot of people over.
Oh, yeah.
With that speech. You know, and yet we know until today, we knew nothing about her politics. She's never spoken about politics or the issues or, written articles on the issues. She's had her pet causes that she's been devoted to. But we don't know how she feels about things like the Second Amendment, abortion, the wars overseas, the meat and potatoes kitchen table issues. That we don't know.
And we need to learn a lot more about the economics, the economic plan. You can't do anything if you don't get the economy right. And the U.S., the West in general, huge issues. In fact, I'm sitting up here in Canada today, a Bank of Canada spokesperson saying that we are now facing an economic emergency because of inflation. And that is
they finally admit it.
And actually, as I sit here and I look at this, this is a senior Bank of Canada official, Carolyn Rogers, and she's saying today what I've been trying to tell everybody for the past 4 years, sitting over here, which is that we need productivity growth. Now, this is the first time I've heard anybody from, the Bank of Canada or any area, any of those quarters over there coming out and saying that. Until now, it's all been, we're going to increase the interest rates over here or drop them over there. I said, no, you need growth, productivity growth. It's an economic emergency now. But it's the same thing in the States, only worse, because you guys have, on the U.S. side, such a huge debt because of all the military spending and the waste and the corruption, and it's just it threatens the very future of the country.
Right, exactly. And we all saw the bridge collapse today in Baltimore, which again makes us realize we're spending our money in the wrong places. We should be talking about, infrastructure right here at home instead of wars overseas.
Well, you don't want to be running ships into your bridges either, but...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no way. Is there a way to build a bridge that's ship-proof if it gets hit by a ship? I don't think so.
It's like,
not that I know of. Oops, ran into that bridge. Oh, it's Jay, my buddy Jay Scott. Unmute your mic, brother. I want to bring you in here. Your mic is muted. You have to unmute the thing. I don't think he can hear me, though. Jay, can you hear us? Trying to unmute your mic.
Your microphone.
He's like doing sign language here. We can't hear you.
Turn on your microphone.
Turn on your mic. We can't hear you.
Your microphone. Your microphone. You're muted. I scared him away.
He'll figure it out.
He was like, this guy's crazy. I'm out of here.
He's actually been on the show before. I think he's having technical difficulties. He's been on Strange Bedfellows.
I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean to scare you.
He left. Look at that. Device is not connected. Okay, I'm out of here. How about Sherry over there? She's still hanging out. I'd love to bring Sherry in, but I think she's off camera at the moment.
She's not on. Yeah, she's not there.
Yeah. Well, then it's up to us.
Well, the other thing about her being 36, I think it is
38.
38. I mean, they're trying to appeal to younger voters. I will say this: every time I've seen a campaign anywhere try to appeal to younger voters, they tend to lose because young people, while being idealistic and bringing a lot of energy, they tend to not actually turn out and vote. For whatever reason, they tend not to do that. I've never
I'm
seen.
gonna have to disagree with you there because I remember Bill Clinton in 1992. He went on MTV once.
Yeah.
Went on Arsenio, played the saxophone, won the
He did do
election.
that.
Yeah. My generation, Gen X, made that guy president. And we're sorry. We're sorry. I apologize. I voted for him and I shouldn't have. It's the only political regret of my life, Rick. Is I should have voted for Ross Perot.
Uh-huh.
I so regret voting for Bill Clinton in 1992. I'm still kicking myself. I should have voted for Perot. What was wrong with me?
I don't know. You
Why didn't
tend
I
to change.
vote for Perot?
Well, you've changed your mind from time to time. I've noticed that.
Yeah. We were just talking about that, actually.
Isn't that interesting?
But,
See,
you know,
I'm trying to look up some stats to see what the voter breakdown was back then for him. Like what percentage?
Perot?
No, for Clinton.
Clinton. Oh, gosh. He won by a pretty good margin.
Yeah, I'm
He-
talking about
he
the
beat George Bush.
demographics, though. I'm just interested to.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
There we are. Hi
Yeah,
there,
so-
Jay.
Hey, what's going on, Lori? What's up,
Hey.
Rick? So sorry about those technical difficulties before. I'm at work right now, so I'm multitasking, but I definitely wanted to just drop by really quick to share a few thoughts, if that's okay with you guys. So
Yeah, I'm so curious. What did you think of Nicole Shanahan?
I'm trying not to be negative, but to be honest, I am a little bit worried, about the pick because someone who I have a ton of respect, about her reporting, Whitney Webb, was posting a few connections she may have to Event 201. So I didn't get to hear, the entirety of her speech because, again, I'm at work. So she can win me over. I'm not deserting, the Kennedy campaign or ruling out voting for him, but I would like to hear her speak a little bit more about the pandemic, her thoughts behind, where it came from. And I would also like to hear a little bit more from her on the intelligence agencies and the deep state to see how she feels about those issues, because I do definitely agree it's important to know who we're speaking to. So she told a lot about her background story today, but like Rick mentioned a few moments ago, she didn't really dive too deep into like the policies and really share too many of her opinions. But it is great she recognizes the importance of agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and cleaning up our food supplies. So that's a positive. However, in my opinion, the biggest issue facing this country is reigning in the deep state. And if we have a VP who is not fearless on that specific issue, I think it can be a little bit tough to get that done, which is why, like you, Lori, I was rooting for Jesse Ventura. Because I know he's a champion for that specific issue. So I'm not done with the campaign. I'm not saying I'm ditching Kennedy, but I have the shirt on still. I haven't taken it off in anger, but yeah, I have a few questions that I would like answered, I would say.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I noticed that, she didn't go anywhere near the deep state or the CIA much in that speech, but that's okay. She's going to have a lot more opportunities to do the podcast circuit. She's going to get grilled by the press, and she should be. I mean, once you throw your hat in the ring and you're running for public office, you got to be ready to take a lot of tough questions. And the public, the press, everyone, the campaign, volunteers and donors have a lot of questions too.
Yep.
Because her politics really aren't known. In many ways, politically, a political unknown can be a good thing, especially if it's somebody new, somebody young. Someone commented tonight, "A star is born," and she is impressive, really impressive.
Yeah,
in so many ways.
She's inspiring. I want to see how she does when she goes on conservative media and they grill her a little bit more about, the pandemic and the origins of it. And I want to see how she responds to those questions. I think that'll give us a much better idea about who she is. And, I think it was both you guys mentioned it earlier. She's going to be facing a lot of tough grilling. We have to see how she responds to that. Can she handle it? She was in front of a friendly crowd today. And if you're a political novice and you've never really been, like in this arena before, that can be maybe a little bit overwhelming, I would assume, to some people. So, we'll see. She seems very nice, but, can she be that pit bull that you need the VP to be sometimes? So, those are a few things I'm looking out for.
Sadly, my friend, politics is not a game for nice people. Jimmy Carter found out there's a nice guy. Terrible president, but a really nice guy.
Good point. Good
you know
point.
what I mean?
Yep.
The deep state will eat you alive unless you're tough as nails.
Yep. So I really want to see, what she has to say, about some of those issues, because we know how Kennedy feels about it. I've heard him speak before about how the deep state ties into our foreign policy. I'd love to hear her thoughts, on those issues in particular. In fact, that was one of the things that excited me most about the campaign, because if you look at what's going on the border, that's directly linked to our foreign policy, right? Like, even if we continue overthrowing these governments, in Central and South America and destabilizing those countries, I mean, it's just going to be finding more ways to block people from sneaking in. And we already know they dig tunnels. So, even if we build a wall, if they're starting to dig tunnels because they're still trying to get in, I mean, that's a tough situation to be in, especially when you have states like California now, I hear, they're giving out free health care too. They've removed laws to against squatting in people's houses. So, there's a lot of incentives for people who have nothing to try to sneak in. So I'd love to hear her thoughts on some of those.
Absolutely. Well, I think Spin Dragon here makes a great point. How much worse could we do? She's already better than Pence, Harris, Biden, and Dick Cheney. True fact. Spin Dragon is spitting facts there. I mean, seriously, what have we got to lose here? She's obviously incredibly smart. And as Illusion says, she's like a breath of fresh air. She's a wind of change. I can really, now that I've heard her speak a little bit, I caught some of her other speeches when I started researching her this week, and she's incredibly smart, like smarter than Bobby in a lot of ways. Really smart. Mm-hmm. Like this girl paid attention in class.
She has the vocabulary. I noticed some multi-syllable words that she used, so that was a good sign.
Now I understand what Amaryllis Fox meant. The campaign manager. Mm-hmm. About a week ago, she tweeted, someone asked, will you be the VP? Right? Which I don't think she can technically because she's family and lives in the same state. But she said, no, it's not me. It's someone who's way smarter and way more qualified than me. I get it. And Amaryllis is whip smart, really smart. So I knew this had to be somebody who was a big brain. Nicole Shanahan's a big brain.
The one thing that I did find very encouraging was her background in tech.
Yes.
Artificial intelligence. The country definitely needs that. I've said many times that the legislators we have now, the politicians, the bureaucrats, most of them are so old, they can barely handle sending and receiving email, let alone coming up with new policies to deal with artificial intelligence and what's coming with that.
Oh, yeah. And that was so good to hear because she obviously wants to make that a top priority. And we need to.
and not just find the proper balance for regulation, but also harness it to find answers to our, I guess, maybe even economic and environmental and health problems. She said she can solve it in weeks using AI. Okay.
Right. Show me.
Yeah, prove it.
You got
Go
me
ahead.
curious.
Yeah.
Show
we'll
me
give you-
how you do that.
We'll give you 4 whole years. How about that?
Yeah.
To do it.
Jay just messaged me to say his lunch break is over and he has to get back to work. I can dig it. I don't know why the Kennedy campaign always does these big announcements during daytime business hours when people are at work and the kids are at school and not a lot of folks get to watch live. If you missed some, you can always catch the replay later right here on this channel. This video will be up unless YouTube takes it down. They did, broach some of those forbidden topics. I thought for a minute there YouTube was going to take us down in the middle of the live stream.
Yeah, I was sort of on the edge of my seat too.
Uh-huh.
Still am. I
I
still
had my
am because
finger
the
on the
feed's
button.
still rolling. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't take us down, not yet. Jay was talking about something, and I wanted to address that. Whitney Webb, the journalist, she's been looking into Nicole Shanahan, and she tweeted back on March 17th that the director of Nicole Shanahan's foundation is simultaneously part of Open Philanthropy. That's who financed Event 201, the pandemic simulation back in 2019. Remember that? Just before COVID seemed to hit in 2020. And of course, we all know how Bobby Kennedy feels about that. If you've read his new book, The Wuhan Cover-Up, he exposes what was going on there. I better not say any more than that. We're on YouTube, so I'll just say, read the new book, The Wuhan Cover-Up by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
As much as it may be encouraging to have someone who has a background in tech coming on, joining the team to come up with solutions that are created by this new technology, social media, all of, the issues that come with that, it's also concerning because she's connected to big tech.
Right. And she runs with all the big boys in big tech, right? For example, that foundation was mainly funded by Dustin Moskovitz. He was the co-founder of Facebook. And of course, we know she was married to Sergey Brin, co-founder of Google. Maybe, just maybe, now that she's on the ticket, maybe Google will stop censoring Kennedy and us every time we cover Kennedy. You think? Maybe they can work out that lawsuit. Bobby is literally in litigation against her ex-husband right now.
It's hard
He's
to know
suing
who
Google.
It is so hard to know who the good guys and the bad guys are.
Right.
You don't know what you're going to get until you get right down to eating the open box of chocolates, I guess.
And as we say so often on this channel, politics makes strange bedfellows, Rick.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So speaking of big tech, let's talk about this supposed affair that she had with Elon Musk. An affair that they both deny. Here's what Elon Musk tweeted about it back on July 25th, 2022. He said, "This rumor about him and Nicole is total BS. Sergey and I are friends, and we were at a party together last night!" I've only seen Nicole twice in 3 years. Never seen her before in my life. I've only seen her twice in 3 years, both times with many other people around. Nothing romantic, period. So, that's what Elon said about it. Do you believe him?
Well, I think it was People Magazine. Was it People Magazine that broke the story about the alleged affair? And they said that they stand by their sources. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a true-spiracy.
We'll have to pick up the National Enquirer next week.
That's right.
Then we'll get the real scoop.
It'll be on the front page now.
You can trust the Enquirer. They'll always get that story right.
It's coming.
Or they'll just make it up if they don't have anything better.
Well, they'll fall in love with her because she'll sell lots of tabloids for them.
Oh, yeah.
The cash registers will be ringing at the checkouts at the supermarket.
Well, everyone's curious about her, and she is beautiful, super hot, and she has I don't know what to call him, a first gentleman. She's not exactly married, but they...
Yeah, I noticed him. I took note. I looked at the way he was dressed. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure he's going to... How shall I put this? I don't think he's going to be popular with the MAGA crowd.
Are you saying he's a soy boy?
I'm saying he's on the metrosexual side.
Looks that way. But most men in that Silicon Valley crowd kind of are.
Yeah, well, if you're a full-on progressive, as she describes herself, then that's the kind of dude you're looking for.
That's right. I don't mean to laugh, sorry, but that was kind of funny. You got me. You know what? Something that's interesting to me, which I didn't know until today, was that she has a 6-year-old daughter with autism. And I'm terribly sorry to hear that. And it makes me wonder how that's going to work with the rigors of the campaign trail and the potential stresses of being vice president. That's going to take a lot of mommy's time away from home and away from her kid, and children who have, I don't know how bad the autism is with her daughter, but it's very difficult to travel for them, That's a question I have.
Well, it's the campaign will be the tough part if she actually becomes vice president. It might be a little more structured.
Right.
And maybe some support in place during those times of structure. But the campaign, I don't know.
They'll have to relocate to D.C., which is difficult for a child with autism, is change.
Yeah, but it's not like she doesn't have the resources to pay for some help. So...
Yeah. Well, one thing that she said in her speech that really jumped out at me, and I felt her passion for it. I felt how sincere she was when she said the reason she got so involved with this campaign and stayed involved, even though she left for a while after Bobby split with the Democrats. She wanted him to stay a Democrat. When he left, she wasn't happy about it, and then she came back. He kind of won her back. And I think the thing that really motivates her the most is she says, this campaign is about what is sacred, our health. If there was one theme she kept coming back to, it was our mental health, our physical health, the environmental triggers that are making us all sick, the medications that we take to cure the sickness that the environmental triggers gave us. She gets it. Mm-hmm. She really does.
On that
she
front.
Gets that. No.
Yep.
That's something I liked about her. There's a lot to like, really. Once you get over the shock. And let me tell you, I'm not going to lie. Today, in the back channel, groups that Kennedy campaign people and volunteers use to talk to one another, before the speech, but all the rumors were out that it was Nicole, we about had a mutiny on our hands. There were so many people saying, if it's Nicole, I'm out. I quit. I can't do this. She's a lefty communist nut job from California. I mean, I quit. But you know what? I don't think they did. And if they got steamed, they'll be back. I think a lot of them will come back once they learn more from her. I know Bobby, and I trust his judgment. And I also know that he can be full of surprises, sometimes not good ones at first, until you hear him out. You just have to hear him out on this. There's almost always a method to his madness, I think.
Today was easy, though. Now, the attacks will start. They have to go on the road.
They already have.
The campaign has to happen. But today was easy. Just make the announcement, give an inspirational speech. You don't have to get too deep into the details. Hope that people like you. And they did. So it was a big success. It was a hit today. Tomorrow, the real work begins. Well, even tonight. Even tonight.
Yeah, I noticed that the mainstream media were actually carrying some of this speech live. Wow. Like CNN, MSNBC, I don't think so. PBS, Fox, ABC, CBS.
I think she's palatable to them because she is from the progressive side. So she will broaden his appeal that way. She will pull some of that support from the Biden side. I don't think she's going to score many points on the Trump side. But he has a lot of that covered anyway. So it's not, in that respect, a bad choice.
As long as she doesn't run them off. I mean, if she's just too progressive, too liberal, or too democratish, they're going to turn tail and run.
And she is for them, but as the vice presidential running mate, she doesn't get that much profile anyway, so they can sort of target where she goes more effectively, keep her away from the MAGA crowd, and get her focused on the Democrats.
Well, we do need to pull votes from Biden. Because you're right, we're already performing very well with Republicans, people who tend to be more conservative or libertarian. But the problem with this campaign, as I see it from the beginning, was that we didn't have enough Democrats or former Democrats in our ranks. Even though Kennedy's a lifelong Democrat, I kept wondering, where are all the Democrats? There aren't not very many.
How much
she might help?
How much is she worth?
Ooh, I don't know exactly, but I can tell you she's given a hell of a lot of money to this campaign. I mean, she paid for, she put $4 million into the Super Bowl ad. I think, just all told, since the beginning, about $15 million that she's given to the campaign.
Why is it that the people who always promise to help the poor and the middle class are multi-billionaires? How does that work? It always, why does that work?
I think many of them give truly from their heart.
We're going to
somehow it
drain
seems
the
like
swamp and combat the elites. Oh,
with
sorry,
the elites.
I must balance my checkbook. We're going to stick it to the elites.
Right.
Elon, may I go for a ride on your spaceship?
Elon, darling, what can we do to help the little people?
Well, it's like Trump too, right? The guy has his own plane, his own, jet, and he's like, I'm a blue collar politician. Don't look too blue collar to me, man.
So true. And Kennedy gets a lot of that critique, of course, because he's a Kennedy. People think he's a lot richer than he actually is. I think his income that was reported last year was about $7 million annual. Now you compare that to what Donald Trump makes in a year, or what Joe Biden makes in a year, or Nancy Pelosi
At least Trump, I can understand
now
how
that's
he makes
real
it.
money.
Yeah, I can understand how he makes it with his real estate and other investments. But Biden, where did all that money come from?
Nobody wants to talk about that. And if we talk about that on YouTube, we'll probably get banned.
Oh, well, we wouldn't. Yeah, well.
It's all there on the laptop.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the laptop.
Yep. They'll get around to looking at all that stuff and letting us know. They'll get around to it sometime.
They've been looking into it kind of sort of not since 2018 when Rudy Giuliani brought them the evidence and they put it on a shelf and forgot it was there for 3 years. Yeah. That evidence, that they're still looking into it.
Yeah, when they finish looking into Rudy, then they'll get around it.
Right.
They'll get back to that over there. The laptop he gave us, yeah, but first we have to investigate him.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, it's funny how that system works, isn't it?
That is American politics, and it's hard for me to find myself in a position where I defend bringing someone so wealthy onto this ticket, because to me, and I know the criticism that he will get is the vice presidency for sale? But really, if we're honest, we all know that you cannot have a serious presidential campaign without serious money, especially independent. Yeah. It's going to cost a bloody fortune to get on the ballot. And then there's going to be legal challenges. He's already being challenged in several states. It's going to take a bunch of high-priced lawyers to fight that. Plus the cost of not Secret Service protection, private security. For Kennedy, he's already spending almost $1 million a month just on security, and those costs have just doubled. Bringing on a vice presidential running mate means that the campaign has to pay for her security too and her family, unless she's able, I don't know if it's legal or not, but maybe she can pay for her own security. She can certainly afford it. Maybe the campaign won't have to pick up that expense. That would be nice.
Well, I don't know how much she's worth exactly herself, but if they go after her with lawfare the way they've gone after Trump, she might see her bank accounts a lot smaller before she ever gets to the White House.
And they'll find everything wrong you've ever done in your whole life and use it against you.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So I can guarantee you we're going to find out the truth about that affair.
The Inquirer is on it, man. They've got reporters on planes right now going all over the place to track that story down. What is the truth? It'll be the headline on Truspiracies.
Yeah, not that, it should really matter, I think, at this point. I don't really care, to be honest, but
they're both newsworthy people.
Yeah.
People, inquiring minds want to know. Did they or didn't they?
But as I say, I did notice this. She got choked up a couple of times just in her speech, right? Okay, well, that's nice, but this is your first speech. And as I said in the interview she gave to People magazine, she said she was debilitated by the flood of media attention that she had to endure because of the accusations of her having the affair with Elon Musk. Well, if you're getting choked up on the stage and you're debilitated because they accused you of having an affair with, a billionaire with rocket ships, right? It's like, what's she going to do if she has to decide, if Putin pushes the big red button and she has to push the big red button on this side? What's she going to do if there's a giant terrorist attack and she has to figure out some way to retaliate? Or, I don't know, but that's a tough job.
You better believe it.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with the law of the jungle, as Trump has been saying, presidents and vice presidents who might be presidents need immunity. You know why they need immunity? Because sometimes, honestly, folks, they have to decide who lives and who dies and who gets killed.
They kill people. I mean, being president of the United States, which I think is why this job attracts a lot of psychopaths and murderers, it's literally one of the only jobs you can have where you can like mass murder people and it's totally legal.
Yeah.
The commander-in-chief literally orders airstrikes and assassinations. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of a... Can you imagine the job interview for vice president or president? Are you comfortable with killing people?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no? Because you're literally going to have to do that if you're president. Are you, like, able to bring yourself to do that?
And it's very likely that you will have to do it because there are people out there who want to kill us.
Right.
That's the law of the jungle. That's international law. That's true international law.
And we're going into World War III.
Already there. But yeah, like possible kinetic
Unless
version,
Bobby can stop it.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly looks like we're headed right into it. So it's quite possible that whoever the next president is will have some very difficult military decisions to make.
And the only thing I heard from her or him today on the foreign policy front was that they want to stop the wars. Well, okay, but what if the other side doesn't want to stop?
Right. Well, you know, his grandfather, Joseph Kennedy, who was FDR's ambassador to England back in the late 30s, just as World War II was kicking off, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to stop World War II. Well, good luck with that, because by that time Hitler was already marching across Europe. He was bombing London by the time Joe Kennedy left his post in October of 1940. The Blitz was on. You know, England was under airstrikes by the Germans every day. So no matter what he did, even to try and keep the United States just out of World War II, he knew he couldn't stop the momentum of World War II. You and I were talking about this a couple of mornings ago. How the time that we're in right now feels like 1938 to me. As a student of history, it feels like that momentum is forward towards a full-scale world war. If you're paying attention, you can see it coming. And now I understand how Joe Kennedy must have felt, because he was one of those lone voices in the government trying to stop it, and it was futile because the powers of Europe were already geared up for war. It was clear what was coming. The writing was on the wall, and he was powerless to stop it. And in fact, it cost him his job as ambassador, trying to make peace, trying to make a deal with Hitler and Neville Chamberlain, you know?
Well, all I see right now is I just see a lot of people who want to fight. Nobody seems to want to stop, even with this ceasefire resolution at the UN yesterday. I don't think it's going to work, because no sooner did they pass that resolution because the U.S. abstains, and I'm on Twitter, and what am I seeing from Hamas and Hamas supporters? It's like, yeah, we have to have a ceasefire, but then the posts were pretty aggressive. It looked like they wanted to keep on fighting. Yeah, they want one side to stop firing, but I'm not so sure that they're going to. I don't think either side really wants to at this point. We want them to, but they don't seem to want to.
But you know what? It's their fight. It's not our fight. That's why we can't force a two-state solution on them any more than we can force a ceasefire on them. If both sides don't want to stop shooting, they won't.
And if you look at what the Palestinian delegation at the UN said yesterday in their news conference afterward, they were like, well, this is a binding resolution, and this is, and that, you know, they're citing the UN agreement and the statutes. And basically what they were saying was it is binding, but it's now up to the UN to essentially send in troops to make sure that Israel doesn't carry on with this operation. But I don't see that happening either.
I give that a very low likelihood of happening.
Right.
I was saying from day one of this war, why don't we send in UN peacekeepers to keep the peace?
Because they're going to
between
get
Gaza
shot.
and Israel, because they're going to get shot.
Yeah,
that's right.
And then we've got an even bigger problem on our hands. As much as I would like to think that we can have peacekeepers just intervene, it's not going to work. They're going to get blown up. So, again, idealism. I hope that the shooting stops. I hope that we get peace there. I hope that's what happens. But doesn't feel like it to me.
Those aren't UN peacekeepers over there building the pier right now. That's our guys.
Right.
We got sent into that dangerous situation. And it wouldn't surprise me if that pier is a constant target, because they want to kill some Americans. Hamas would love to kill some American soldiers, and
very true.
They're that crazy. They are. They started a war with Israel when Israel had remarkable firepower, superior firepower. When you start a war like that with an enemy that can crush you, and then you cry about it, you're the victim. Why'd you start the war?
And Israel is determined to get the hostages back. Of course, Hamas is not prepared to give them up. Even with this resolution yesterday, Admiral Kirby made reference to the resolution, saying that there is a part of it that calls for the release of hostages. But if you listen again to the Palestinian side, it's like, oh no, the ceasefire has to happen right away, and the hostage issue that's in there, but that's separate. And they're talking about, we'll release hostages here, but we want other hostages over there released on the Israeli side too. And so there's no resolution here. This is not going to solve anything. Because they're not going to release those hostages. From what I was hearing yesterday, I don't think that this is a solution. I don't think that's what we got yesterday.
Hostages first. Then we'll talk about a ceasefire.
Yeah,
That's
has
how
to
I
be
feel
that way.
about it.
It has to be that way.
Right.
Let the people go, then the shooting stops.
Seems pretty simple.
Then you can sit down at the table and have a further negotiation for a longer-term solution. That's the order of things. That's the chronology that has to unfold. You don't release those hostages. The shooting's not going to stop.
Something that really bothers me, Rick, and I bet it does you too, because we're old enough to remember the 1979 hostage crisis in Tehran. During that whole election year, and there were big issues that voters were worried about. Our economy was in the tank. We had an energy crisis. We had all kinds of crises that Carter was juggling, but he also had the Iran hostage crisis, which lasted for 444 days.
And every night on the news, they had the number of days up on the screen on a slide right beside the news anchor. It was a daily count. Yes. How many days?
That's literally how Nightline was born.
Yes.
Remember, Frank Reynolds started... the Nightline time slot was originally just a show about the hostage crisis for 30 minutes every night after the nightly news. And then once the hostage crisis was solved, they kept the show going and they just called it Nightline. But it was born because of the hostage crisis. That tells you the kind of media coverage that was devoted to the return of our hostages. Now, granted, in 1979, Iran had a lot more Americans being held hostage. We don't really know the true number of Americans that Hamas is still holding.
And the bizarre thing
they
is,
won't tell
it's
us.
like people here, even Americans, it's like nobody seems to care.
No one's talking about it.
No, it's
the
not
media,
on the news.
Joe Biden barely even mentions it. Kirby barely mentions it.
There's no slide with a number of days beside the news anchor every night. How many days have our American hostages been held now? Before we need them released. There's no pressure from the media. There's no focus on it. I don't understand it.
Me neither. I was just thinking last night that this war is dragging on a lot longer than we expected. We're already up to about 6 months. if this goes on, and it could drag on at this pace until the new president is sworn in. And you remember how the hostage crisis ended, don't you, Ray?
Mm-hmm.
On Inauguration Day.
Mm-hmm.
The day that Ronald Reagan took office, moments
And
after
when-
he was sworn in,
That's right.
the hostages were released.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And so that's what I'd like to know. I'd like to hear a reporter ask Mr. Kennedy, and I haven't heard anybody ask yet, if you're president on January 21st, 2025, and they've still got our hostages, what's the first thing you're going to do to get them back?
Mm-hmm. You know, in 79, that was, the media was essentially putting pressure on the White House to get those hostages freed. That's what the media was doing. They were really doing their job. They were helping to protect American lives, save American lives, bring them home. But today, you have Americans being held, also by a terrorist group, and the media's silent. What the heck is that? What does it mean to be American anymore if the media at home doesn't care about you, if your president doesn't seem to care about you, if you're barely even an afterthought at the end of the day? What kind of faith can we have in our government? It's the government's responsibility to protect us. That's what those fighter jets are for. That's what those tanks are for, the ships, all of the arms. That's really what it's for, is for protection. And if you're not going to protect your people, what the hell good are you?
That's how we felt about Jimmy Carter, and that's why he lost the 1980 election.
Precisely.
To Ronald Reagan.
That is right.
It had a big role to play in Carter's loss in 1980. So Joe Biden had better pay attention. I know, he remembers that.
You know why those hostages are still being held? Because they know Biden ain't going to do nothing.
Of course
That's
not.
why. That's why.
Well, yeah. I mean, Jimmy Carter didn't do enough, many people say. He had that one effort that he made, sort of a commando-style raid. I forget what it was called, but he was going to go get the hostages, and it was a disaster. Everything that could go wrong with that operation did. The helicopter crashed. The crew was killed. It was aborted. They had to abort it. It was such a disaster. So, Carter just didn't get it done.
And Reagan had a rule. Do not negotiate with terrorists.
Right.
Period.
Right.
It's actually the proper course of action. You do not negotiate with terrorists. And when if you take innocent civilians captive, it's a war crime. That is a war crime.
It is.
Because they're not combatants. They're just civilians. It's wrong. On any side, any country anybody doing that, it's basically wrong. If you've just got innocent grandmothers, babies, whatever it is.
Holocaust survivors.
Yeah.
Some of them were Holocaust survivors. And a baby. They took a freaking baby hostage. Who does that? Now, why isn't Hamas on trial at The Hague? Why aren't they being charged with anything at the ICJ? Why is it just Israel? Can anybody explain that one? Because that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I don't want to see Palestinians killed. I don't want to see anybody die. But then there's the reality of a situation, not just propaganda or narrative spin. All right? Then there's how the heck you're going to deal with it. And in a theater of war, when you have the law of the jungle before you, you do what you got to do. And I would say that, if I was in the White House, I'd be giving them an ultimatum, and one that would be pretty darn clear. And it would be just that simple. It would be, here's the time, here's the place, you deliver them now, or
what?
Oh, you'll find out. Right? It's got to be that way. Otherwise, they just hold the innocent people hostage, and then they'll do it again and again and again because they got away with it. And
well,
so
I still don't
the
know
way it goes.
exactly what was said, when Reagan and Casey made that back channel deal with the Iranians to release our hostages. I don't know what kind of stick was used with the carrot, but I do know that they wouldn't have released our hostages unless they were scared to death of what Reagan was going to do.
Yep.
I don't know if he told them, look, I'm going to launch a nuke at Tehran if you don't give me back my hostages. But he must have said something.
And you know
that
what?
Really
you know
put
what?
the fear of God into them.
You take a hard line like that, and you mean it, and you know what you'll do? You'll save lives.
You'll get your hostages back.
You'll get your hostages back, and you'll end the war.
Right. That's how it ends.
And then you actually save the lives
listen,
on all sides.
How did we end World War II? We ended it with nuclear weapons. And as horrible as that is, many people make the argument to this day that it actually saved more lives. The war would have gone on for several more years and probably cost millions more lives.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would have handled that differently. I would have demonstrated it in a very public way and then said, look, if you don't...
Sign the deal with Tojo and be done with it.
Yeah, we're going to do this, right? So,
yeah.
I don't think that the people had to die. But the display of power alone should have been enough. But
right.
I can't change
history.
history.
Exactly. I always thought, why did they drop the bombs on these cities where so many civilians were? Hiroshima, Nagasaki, these populated areas. Why couldn't they have just dropped maybe a warning nuke somewhere out in the ocean or some
That's what I would have done.
Deserted area just to say, look at our new toy and what we can do to you? I would think Japan would have surrendered very quickly after that. I don't think it was necessary to do that. And no, for goodness sake, there's some fool in the chat room saying, so that means Lori is suggesting that Israel should nuke Gaza. No, I'm not suggesting that, bro. I'm saying that we didn't need to nuke two cities in 1945. Goodness, listen to me. I'm not saying that at all. People in chat. This is why I don't usually look at the chat room.
And what I'm saying is I want peace. I want peace, right? But you have to, if you're dealing with someone or an organization or a country that is aggressive and wants to fight, then you have to push back with everything you've got and say, no, you don't do that, because if you do, you'll pay. Again, you use it for defense, not for offense. That's
why do you think they called him Give Him Hell Harry? Harry Truman, who dropped those bombs? That's why they called him Give Him Hell Harry.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to use these tools for peace, but you have to have peace. I mean, I say you get strength through peace, not just peace through strength.
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
And the leader sets the tone. That's really the main reason that I support Kennedy's foreign policy. I may not agree with all of it, but I support it because, like Uncle Jack, like his dad, he's much more open to talk, to have real talks with other world leaders who might be our enemies. Trump, I don't think is going to do that. He'll do a photo op. He'll go all the way to North Korea for a photo op. But did the talks with Kim Jong, did they go anywhere? Not really. Because John Bolton made sure they didn't. Right?
Yeah, well, Bolton
and he'll
won't be
talk
back
a
in
lot
the
of
White
tough
House with
talk.
him,
I mean, that's the thing we were saying, like Reagan did. Scare those out of them, and sometimes that works. And that was Trump's gift, if it's a gift. It was his special kind of diplomacy, let's put it that way. Where he'd call Kim Little Rocket Man and talk trash about Xi on Twitter.
Jesse Ventura,
Yeah,
VP running.
there
I'm
you
telling
go.
you, it's a match made in heaven.
Sorry, Tulsi, I don't think Trump's going to pick you. He's going to pick Jesse now. He's going to pick Jesse Ventura.
Trump's probably watching us right now.
Some friends of Mr.
Rick
Trump
is right.
watch.
Rick is right. It'll be huge.
Huge. Bigly.
Yes.
That'd be pretty awesome, I must say. A Trump Ventura ticket. Damn, that might just sway me. I might have to go vote for that. Wouldn't vote for Trump. I'd be voting for Jesse, of course.
Oh my! The checkouts are ringing at the cash at the supermarket again as people buy those tabloids.
Right. Oh, but
those
Rick,
guys would be
what
on the front
happens
page
now?
every week.
Now that it's not Tulsi with Kennedy, that means she's free to go with Trump. So now what happens if Trump does pick Tulsi, which I don't think he will, but if he did, a lot of RFK voters, including me, would have a hard time making that decision. A lot of them might just follow Tulsi and vote for Trump.
She would have been still the best choice from the political side. Probably, I still think she would have been a better choice, period, because she is so strong that if she had to fill those shoes in the president's office one day, she could get the job done. And I think she's got
absolute confidence in that. Absolute confidence. And, she does know how to kill people. Mm-hmm. Even though she prefers peace. She's done her time in the military. She's done 2 tours of duty in the Middle East. I'm sure she's killed a few people. And I doubt that Nicole Shanahan's ever even gone hunting in her life.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's ever even operated a gun.
Do you think
she doesn't strike me as the type who has?
Do you think her husband's a carnivore? Do you think they do they do the drive-through and get burgers at least?
He strikes me as the gluten-free vegan type.
Yeah, see, and while Trump has sports teams to the White House and puts on a buffet of burgers from McD's.
That's right.
Mickey D's.
We're having Mickey D's tonight at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, yeah.
Bring everybody. Bring the whole football team. Bring the basketball team, too.
Do you remember
and
he
the
did
baseball
that?
team.
Do you remember when he did that?
I do.
Yeah, that was great.
Made my mouth water, man. I was craving a Big Mac. I had to go to McDonald's after that and go get me a Big Mac.
Yeah, it's so me. I'm like, I fit right in. It's perfect.
Well, that's why you don't see Trump out there doing push-ups like Kennedy. Or jumping out of helicopters into the water, or, rock climbing. You don't see Trump doing any of that.
No, but he could.
And he never will.
He could jump out of a helicopter right into the choppy ocean water, and he'd just float. He'd just be floating. He's very buoyant, right? With all he's got burger buoyancy. Just boing, 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 boing. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I'm sorry, guys. We can't help but make fun of Trump a little bit. I mean, But I'm also wondering who's Trump going to pick now.
And with his blue suit, he's already camouflaged in the water. It's beautiful.
And all you see is his tie that floats on the top. The red tie.
One big blue whale surrounded by a bunch of seals.
Bunch of sharks is more like it. Bunch of sharks.
Navy SEALs.
Navy SEALs. I got you.
They got their inflatable dinghies. He's just floating along, right? If he gets into trouble, he just holds up his red tie. Beautiful stuff, man. Beautiful stuff.
Oh my gosh, you have to do Maverick News here in about 20 minutes, don't you?
Well, technically, yeah.
Yeah.
And do you
want to just keep rolling? Or
we
you
can
have
just
to
keep
set up
rolling. Well, this can be Maverick News.
Boy, it's a long show. We've been on the air for 4 hours.
Yeah, well, we'll pick up our regular viewers here in a few minutes. They'll be hopping into the chat and coming online.
What's your top
to watch.
story today?
Well, I don't
whatever
know.
it means.
Well, I was going to talk about this Bank of Canada official saying that we have an
Yeah.
economic emergency, like literally saying that now because of
Wow.
the high rate of inflation. So
That's sobering.
So the speech given today is that we need growth. It's an emergency situation where I think the phrase was we need to break the glass in case of emergency. Break glass. It's like that. That's what was said today.
So this is it.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So they know. They know. This is because of the money printing, the debasing, devaluing the dollar. We're facing inflation up here of probably in real terms 15 to 20% a year. It's been like that for the past 4 years because of the pandemic. So we're sitting right now probably the value of the dollar diminished by probably 40 to 60% in real terms. And that's why you're seeing the auto workers, and this is just me talking now, not the Bank of Canada official today, but this is why you're seeing auto workers on both sides of the border in the last round of contract talks go to the automakers demanding like 20, 30, 40% wage hikes and coming away with the bulk of that. I don't remember, depends where they were at, but it was at least 20 or 30% wage hikes over the life of the contract that they came away with, which is unprecedented. But that's a reflection of the increasing cost of living. That's the truth.
Yeah. And I think it's worse in Canada than it is here. We're catching up to you quickly, but I think you've got it much worse.
Definitely, because there's an old saying, when it comes to the economy, if the United States catches a cold, we get the flu.
Canada gets the flu.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've heard that, and it's so true.
And we always, have a slightly lower wages, slightly lower standard of living technically, just in terms of numbers, because we keep our dollar artificially just a little bit lower so that our resources and the products we produce are more attractive for exports to the U.S. market because you guys have such a much larger economy. So that's mainly the reason why. And we're a resource-based economy largely with less manufacturing traditionally, although maybe not so much these days. But that's why. So we're already smaller. We not quite as affluent. We're okay. Don't get me wrong. It's not Povertyville up here, but we're in a crisis. And I think honestly, economically, we're actually in better shape than you guys. It's
How
just
so?
that you're. Well, if you because if you look at
We're
the
in
debt,
bad shape.
yeah, I mean, but if you look at the debt on a per capita basis, and I'd have to dig into the numbers to analyze this currently right now, I think we're actually in better shape in terms of debt per person incurred by all levels of government. What do I actually owe as an individual? If they were to come to me and say, Rick, everybody has to pay, we're going to pay everything off today, what do you owe? It could probably be like $40,000, $50,000 or something. But you guys, no, I think it's much higher than that. I'd have to look up the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that it's much, much higher. The reality is, on the U.S. side, there is so much debt now that you realistically will never be able to pay it off.
That's right.
In Canada, I think that we can. The difference between the two countries, though, is that the U.S. economy is based on a foundation that is global in scope. But as a result of that, the wealth, the productivity generated flows back into the U.S. economy. But because we're sort of a sister economy to the United States, the dynamics are somewhat different. We're more dependent directly on the U.S. That being said, you can have a much higher debt to person ratio than we can. Nevertheless, with now the emergence of this new multipolar geopolitical reality, the emergence of these BRICS nations, a competing currency about to come online to challenge the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency, it's putting the entire U.S. economy in jeopardy, because that can effectively right there cut the U.S. economic influence globally by 50%. And if that happens, you're going to see poverty on the U.S. side like you've never seen it before, because you will not be able to pay off that debt. And everything that the U.S. is doing is really predicated on the military-industrial complex today, which makes me also wonder, what the heck is the deal with this bridge? Do you know what industries are sitting there in Baltimore that are very prominent? Have you looked into it? Have you thought about it?
No. I haven't even had time today. I was so busy with
Northrop
this
Grumman,
VP announcement.
General Dynamics. You have military plants there. A lot of them very high-tech radar manufacturing facilities. It makes me wonder what the heck happened really with that ship taking out that bridge. Not that I want to spin up any
People have a lot of
conspiracy
questions.
theories, but
they're already out there.
But as soon as that hit, I was like, wait a minute, don't they manufacture a lot of, don't they have, like, isn't Northrop Grumman there? Yeah. Is General Dynamics there? Yeah. What else is there? There's another big military facility. It slips my mind. What's the other one?
You stumped me.
There are actually there are a couple of other big ones. Oh my goodness.
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's on the tip of my tongue. Just start naming them. But Northrop Grumman for sure is there. General Dynamics has a factory there. They're not the biggest, I don't think. And I'm not an expert on the Baltimore economy, okay? But it's a real thing. Like, so it's a major employer, and it's very high tech stuff.
Oh, wow.
I'm just Googling the
Lockheed of course,
Martin.
Biden is saying
Martin.
Lockheed.
Raytheon, GE Aviation. There's a whole bunch of them right there.
Interesting.
Now, I can't say that it absolutely has anything to do with this ship hitting the bridge last night, but it was the first thing that popped into my mind, because when you see a bridge taken out like that, the other thing that I'm thinking immediately is, what does this mean for infrastructure? What does it mean for, transportation, supply chains in that area? And you have all these defense contractors there, right? And what does that mean for the logistics in getting arms out to even Ukraine? What's the impact of this? What's the impact on the economy, the military-industrial complex infrastructure? And I don't know. These are just questions I'm asking. I'm not saying this is a major. These are just questions that popped into my head.
I had so many questions when I saw that footage early this morning. You know me, I'm up early. Sometimes I don't even get to bed. And when I saw that in the middle of the night, I've never seen a bridge go down like that. Never in my life. I mean, the way those pillars collapsed, I don't want to sound like Jesse Ventura or anything, but I'm just saying, the way those pillars collapsed, it almost looked like they had a little help down at the base of the pillars.
Well, the thing about a bridge, though, did you ever learn how to build a bridge in school?
Yeah, like
you ever
in high
build one?
school science class.
Yeah, you had to build a bridge, and they taught you how and the way the supports work. But you look at that bridge. That's one of the longest bridges of its type in the world, and it's just those cross beams, and all the weight really is transferred from across the bridge down onto those pillars. So you take out even one like that, and it's going to collapse. It's just going to. That's the way it works, because all that pressure comes down onto those pressure points in those sections. And then I was looking at other images overnight of ships as they have to pass underneath that bridge, And there isn't really a lot of space for some of the really big ships. I'm amazed at how they do it, or how they were doing it. But this thing, and I don't know, is there any talk about the power going out on that ship just before it collided?
Well, let's take a look. See? All the lights went out.
Right.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really weird, eh?
It is.
What the heck happened? And now it's just out of control,
And then
essentially.
they
The lights
came
come
back
back
on.
Yeah.
Now
and what's he doing?
what?
He's going to run right into it.
Oopsie.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow. Just incredible.
yeah.
What
And
news
all
to
that way,
wake up
and it hits
to.
it. It's right there at the pressure point. I mean,
Then-
you want
then
to take it out.
gets it
That's
again.
how you do it.
Yeah.
And so there's nothing there to support the bridge anymore, right? So it comes down.
Yeah, because it's
That's all
like
it takes.
The one in the center, or close to the center, is where he hit. But it makes you wonder. I mean, how do you do that by accident? I mean,
It's like,
how do you not see that coming?
well, first thing you do is you
You know?
hire the old captain from the Exxon Valdez, and you put him behind the wheel, or his buddy,
Right.
or you buy him the same drinks or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, how drunk do you have to be to not see the bridge coming at you? Or you're coming at the bridge. How do you not see that coming? And yeah, why do the lights go out and then come back on and then go off
I don't
again?
know. Strange, isn't it?
A very strange incident. I've been just puzzling over it really all day, because my first thought was how in the world how does that even happen?
Amazing.
And I've watched this probably 20 times by now, from different angles and whatnot. Any conspiracy theories in the chat room? I bet there are. I wonder what do our viewers think of it?
SW says,
you
a bridge
guys have
hit
a
my
theory."
battleship. A bridge hit my battleship.
Right.
Yeah, Ragin says he turned right into it.
Sure did.
I don't know what redundancy means. Says the post didn't do shh.
It didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah, and
Just
I'm getting
mind his
echo on
own
my
business.
I'm getting echo on my microphone. Do you notice that?
I don't
Isn't
hear
that
it.
weird?
No.
No, I do, and somebody just commented on it as well. I don't know. Do that. Does that take care of the echo? Not at
Seems
all.
a little better.
I can
There.
still hear
That's better.
Still hear the echo. Weird. I don't know. I'll try and fix it as we go along. Not to worry.
I don't understand this. The mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott, he's asking the media to stop showing footage of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, what we just showed you. He literally was on CNN a little while ago saying, I'll be the first to ask that CNN and everyone else stop showing the video. Why should we stop showing the video? It's very newsworthy. It's not like you can see anything graphic in it. Why don't they want us to show it?
I don't know. Weird.
That's the mayor of Baltimore. Very strange.
It is, isn't it? I think it's strange.
It's about those souls and people that we're trying to
Here, I've got the interview
find
with him
and get
here.
out of this water.
Let me recue that. This is the mayor of Baltimore on CNN.
I want to get us to Mayor Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore, who is with us right now on the phone. Mayor Scott, first of all, I just want to say that I am so sorry that your community is going through this right now and that there are families wondering and worrying about their loved ones at this hour. Can you tell me so far what you know about exactly what happened here to the Francis Scott Key Bridge?
Well, listen, we have an unspeakable tragedy. We know that this vessel struck the bridge and the bridge collapsed. There were individuals working on the bridge at that time. There are cars in the water. Our fire department has confirmed that as they lead this ongoing search and rescue mission through sonar. That is where our focus is. It's about those souls and people that we're trying to find and get out of this water. We know that there's going to be questions about the bridge and traffic and the port. But right now, everyone in this world's focus should be about these souls and those families who are wondering if these people are going to walk back in the door after they walked out to work last night.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The anxiety of all this, and then plus just watching the video of what happened and how quickly the bridge failed. Can you give me some sense of what you thought at first light this morning when you saw the pictures of actually what that bridge looks like with the barge slammed into it there? What were your initial thoughts?
Well, it was something out of an action movie. It's something you never think you would see. And being here right now, looking at it, is even more surreal. And it just makes you think about, again, those families, those individuals that were on that bridge, those folks that even on that vessel, even more, because no one should have to endure. And I'm going to be the first to ask that CNN and everyone else stop showing the video. No one needs to see a possibility of their family member being severely injured
while they're showing the video
over and over and over again, because it's just
over and over and over.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Okay.
While they're showing the video, and he's on television while they're showing the video, saying don't show the video while they show the video.
That's so absurd, really. And it's dark. It's the middle of the night. You can't see anybody going off the bridge, do you? I didn't see any actual cars flying off the bridge. I didn't see any bodies. I mean, what we saw on 9/11 was far worse.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah,
yeah.
It's not.
We've seen that 9/11 stuff a million times.
Tragic. It is tragic, but it's a wide shot. Nothing that I would say is disturbing in a graphic sense, other than that something bad has happened.
Right. Man. Well, I notice it's Maverick news time, and I actually have to jump because I've got some other stuff I got to get done. But I was just looking before I go. I'll give you a quick update. And you can just keep the broadcast rolling if you want, Rick, and start Maverick News here at the top of the hour. So I've got 2 minutes, and I'll tell you that the Democrats are having a meltdown, as you might expect, after RFK's VP announcement. Representative Robert Garcia of California. Get this, the DNC hosted a national call during Kennedy's address so that they could have a powwow and figure out what they're going to say and do to come after him. This guy said, "I am personally offended and I am just disgusted by his campaign." That's Robert Garcia, California. Says he should be ashamed of himself. He should stop running for president. Woo, man, those Democrats are mad. They're really mad now. He just took one of their best donors away.
What is he I don't understand. Like, that disgusted by what?
Oh, I don't know. He doesn't say what. Probably, the vaccines, and he thinks that Kennedy wants everyone to get measles and die, or get COVID and die. Like, a lot of these people are just Looney Tunes. Like, during that call, the lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania, Austin Davis, said on the call He's a spoiler. He was drafted into this race by Donald Trump's top supporters. That's their favorite conspiracy theory, is that Trump is actually funding Bobby, to take votes away from Trump? Why would Trump shoot himself in the foot like that? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's going to hurt Trump more.
So there's also, there's that super PAC for Joe Biden that they're coming after Kennedy too. And they just launched a website called RFK Jr. Facts, FACTS.com. And it's like, there's all these images of Kennedy and Trump kind of merged together. They use AI and kind of make them into one guy, along with, Steve Bannon, Giuliani. If you want to pull up the site and take a look at it, it's RFK Jr. Facts.com.
Is that JR or JUNIOR?
JR. RFK Jr. Facts.com. It's like total hit piece website backed by a Biden super PAC called Clear Choice. And basically the ad, they're also doing a TV ad that ties Bobby Kennedy to Trumpism, including, footage of Kennedy saying in the past that he's proud that Trump likes him. Matt Bennett, who's the executive vice president for public affairs of the Democratic Party group Third Way, said in a statement this afternoon, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Nicole Shanahan have only one chance of seeing the inside of the Oval Office if Trump wins and invites them in to say thank you. And on that website, when you land on the main page, it says RFK Jr. is a MAGA-backed candidate who is bankrolled by billionaires to help re-elect Donald Trump. RFK Jr.'s platform is extremely dangerous. He pushes conspiracy theories that divide our country. He's made millions of dollars opposing vaccines and has a history of anti-black, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-Semitic remarks? Wait, what? Wait a minute. I don't understand. Why do they get this whole anti-Semitic thing? Bobby's like the most pro-Israel guy, and he's taken hell for that. He can't win on that. I mean, he's either anti-Semitic or he's so pro-Israel it makes people sick. But you can't be both. What the hell does that even mean? These people are just not well.
Says he's bankrolled by MAGA Republicans.
Well,
powered and bankrolled by the MAGA Republicans who see him as a means to an end, electing Donald Trump, or re-electing.
Meanwhile, there is a pro-Trump super PAC, Make America Great Again, Inc. They also put out a statement just a short while ago, and they're attacking him too, of course. Here's what the Trump super PAC says. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a far-left radical that supports reparations. Actually, no, he doesn't. Backs the Green New Deal? No, he doesn't. And wants to ban fracking, which is also inaccurate. He does not. He's reversed on that. It's no surprise he would pick a Biden donor leftist as his running mate. That's from Alex Pfeiffer, spokesman for that pro-Trump super PAC, Make America Great Again. That's a statement they just put out a short time ago. So yeah, he's taking fire from both sides now. Both Biden and the Trump campaigns are coming for him. And her. Miss Shanahan. Boy, I hope she's got a fireproof suit.
I don't think she does. She seems kind of soft to me.
Yeah. She has that mom thing going, like a really sweet mom.
Yeah.
I hate to see her deal with what she's going to have to deal with. So I just thought you might like that update before I go, and I'll let you get into Maverick News, Rick. I'm going to head on out. It was a pleasure co-hosting with you today. It always is, my friend. Great to see you. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in, and I'll see you again soon. Stick around for Maverick News because, woo, what a day for news. This wasn't the only news going on. I know you've got updates on the Moscow terror attack, more information on that, on the Baltimore bridge collapse and the aftermath of that. So, yes, do stay with us. Stay with Rick Walker here for Maverick News. And I'm out. I'll see you soon, Rick. Bye now.
Thank you, Lori. See ya. Okay, folks, let's crank this thing up. I'm going to do my best. I haven't had a lot of time to prepare, obviously, for the news broadcast today here on Maverick News, but it's straight ahead. We'll be back on the other side of this.
Maverick News presents The Rick Walker Show. Defrag your mind.
And I am back. It's a whole new show. Let's dig into the news of the day. As you know, RFK Jr. has now selected his running mate. If you're just joining us here on the Maverick News channel, Nicole Shanahan is his pick. Also tonight, we will take a look at that Baltimore bridge collapse, where we have at least 6 people missing, unaccounted for, after that cargo ship destroyed the Baltimore bridge. We also have the Bank of Canada, an official from the Bank of Canada saying that on the Canadian side, we're facing an economic emergency. And that's all because of inflation, the result of massive money printing. So we have all that and a whole lot more coming right up. So don't go away.
Maverick News. The world is watching. Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
And we're back. So tonight on the news front, again, Nicole Shanahan, chosen as Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s running mate, could be the next Vice President of the United States, seen as a long shot by many. He seems to be gaining some ground, getting some momentum, and as you heard Lori say, the Democrats in a bit of a panic mode tonight, worried about RFK Jr. and his new ally in his quest for the White House, tech lawyer Nicole Shanahan. No government experience to speak of. She's a politician now, leaving the Democrat Party, announcing that today during her first speech as his running mate, as he announced in Oakland today, in the middle of the day, and what I would say was a very successful VP running mate announcement. But as I said earlier during the live coverage of that, it was easy today. She gave a very inspirational speech, focused very much on health care, the health of the nation, the state of the food supply, the environment, and the need to clean the environment up. In that respect, very much a progressive agenda and a progressive platform presented today by both RFK Jr. and Nicole Shanahan, who is a billionaire. She has the resources, the financial resources, to make sure that he gets on the ballot in all 50 states, where the other contenders for RFK Jr.'s running mate for that slot really probably didn't. And ballot access is probably the biggest hurdle that he needed to overcome to really have a fighting chance in this race for power. Presenting himself now as a third alternative, an independent choice in the face of two other choices where people are being forced to make a traditional choice, which is to choose the lesser of two evils, as he puts it. So Shanahan also chosen because at 38 years of age, she, in his view, and RFK Jr.'s view, will present new appeal to a young demographic and bring younger voters out to the polls. And more than that, give a new generation of Americans hope and maybe even pride in their nation. On to news now about that Moscow concert hall attack, where conspiracy theories and maybe truthful theories abound. Many people coming out with their own views on this. The Russians pointing their finger at Ukraine still tonight. The United States and Ukraine saying Ukraine had nothing to do with it still tonight. And the United States saying that indeed it was ISIS that is responsible, a faction of ISIS, ISIS-K. So in that regard, things really haven't changed very much tonight. We've seen the suspects appear in court, with some media outlets, a handful anyway, drawing attention to the conditions of those suspects. In one case, one of the suspects was appeared to be unconscious when wheeled into the courtroom, and media there allowed to record the event and display all of that worldwide. So I don't think tonight we really have much new to report on with regard to the situation with the Moscow terror attack, but we continue to follow that story, and it is, I think, potentially a pivotal moment in this Third World War that we already are involved in. That combined with the actual conflict in Ukraine, plus what's going on in the Middle East and Gaza, we have a powder keg that we're sitting on here. New or maybe even reinforced alliances formed now in this new multipolar political reality that we are facing globally. New dividing lines being drawn. The United States abstaining from that vote on the UN ceasefire resolution yesterday that was passed because of the U.S. abstention. We're in a very dicey situation. Hamas, I would say, benefiting from this UN resolution yesterday, and yet it is not clear if it will even take hold. With the Palestinian side and Palestinian delegation at the UN yesterday saying that that resolution is binding, when in fact it really is not. They want it to be, and technically, if you read the statutes, the UN statutes, yeah, I guess you could argue that it is, and that the UN is supposed to enforce it, and member countries, UN member countries, are supposed to abide by it. But in the end, will they? It seems unlikely. We'll maybe come back to more about that story later on in the broadcast. And what is the latest on that Baltimore bridge collapse, which we just showed you prior to commencing with this news broadcast and current affairs broadcast? Well, it did go down like a house of cards, didn't it? This container ship has seemed to have the lights go out. I've seen reports suggesting that the power on the ship may have been cut for a moment just before the collision. Jeffrey Pritzker, Executive Vice President of Bronner Builders, confirmed that 6 were presumed dead and 1 survived. They did have workers on that bridge performing maintenance. There were cars on the bridge as well. We just heard in that clip earlier, just moments ago, as well, that the mayor of Baltimore indicated that there did appear to be some cars in the water. 6 people unaccounted for. And the ship was involved in another collision as well earlier. 2 people were rescued from the water. According to Baltimore Fire Chief James Wallace, 1 was in good condition and refused treatment, according to fire officials. The other was seriously injured and was treated in trauma center. But officials say there might have been drivers in the water. Were not for the folks. I'm just looking at these notes here. For the folks who, upon hearing Mayday, blocked off the bridge and kept other cars from crossing. As you saw in the video, that ship, the Dolly, which is operated and managed by a company called Synergy Group, collided with one of the main support pillars, and it just collapsed that whole section of the bridge. The bridge is about 1.5 miles long, carries Interstate 695 over the Patapsco River southeast of Baltimore. Officials say it was fully up to code. Now, you run a ship into one of those support pillars and you have a problem. So it's going to take time to continue to assess the damage. We'll continue to get updates on this. The Port of Baltimore is the 11th largest in the U.S. and the busiest port for car imports and exports. I guess it handles more than 750,000 vehicles in each year on average. That data comes from the Maryland Port Administration. The Dolly was being chartered by Danish shipping giant Maersk. And a lot of theories surrounding that story as well out there tonight. And in Canada, as I alluded to earlier, there was a speech given today by a Bank of Canada official who says that the Canadian economy, and our American viewers should take note of this, the Canadian economy is facing something of an emergency. This because of inflation. Here in Canada, as I said earlier, I think we're facing inflation in real terms. If you go to the supermarket, as I do, real inflation of at least 15 to 20% per year. It's been like that since the pandemic broke and we went into lockdown, and the government began handing out tons and tons of money as relief to people here. Situation very similar on the U.S. side, maybe not quite as bad. Here's one of the mainstream media stories referencing this tonight. In an emergency break glass signs, Bank of Canada officials says it's time to break the glass. Speaking in Halifax, this was Carolyn Rogers from the Bank of Canada. She says Canadian labor productivity eked out a small gain at the end of last year, but that came after 6 straight quarters where productivity fell. That's also the result of money printing and handing out free money to people because there was less incentive, obviously, to work. And in some cases, people were prevented from working because they were locked down. So, of course, you're going to get less productivity. The Canadian economy, we're told, bounced back. It has been bouncing back. We're supposed to be seeing growth, but that really, obviously, from what we're hearing now from the Bank of Canada official, that's not really true. So I would say the Trudeau government or regime is cooking the numbers on the economic side. So Rogers noted that the U.S. has seen productivity gains coming out of the pandemic as firms found their footing, but Canada has not seen the same. Now, I can tell you, too, that on the U.S. side, from all the data that I've seen in recent months, the productivity gains on the U.S. side are coming largely from the military-industrial complex, and that is because of all the arms that are being produced and being shipped overseas. That's where the money, the wealth, is being generated. Those numbers are propping up the statistics, not necessarily flowing into more economic prosperity for the average American, however. And also a lot of the jobs that are being created on the U.S. side are part-time or low-paying jobs. And as a result, even though you're seeing job growth, a lot of people are working. It's the additional jobs. They're working more than one job. In some cases, 2 and even 3 jobs in order to maintain the standard of living that they had before. So this is a real warning sign coming from the Canadian government. Rogers says here, this Bank of Canada official, he says, in fact, the level of productivity in Canada's business sector is more or less unchanged from where it was 7 years ago. That means no productivity growth in 7 years. And yet we've had substantial inflation during that period of time. Over the past 4 years, in real terms, because of inflation, you've seen the value of the dollar debased by as much as 40 to 60% over just the past 3 years alone. And that means that when we're going to the grocery store here, it's compared to where we were just a few years ago, we're paying more than double for a lot of basic staples at the grocery store. Fish that used to cost, say, $9, now costing $15, $16. Like a package of frozen fish. That's something that, just comes to mind. Breakfast cereal. You're paying, in some cases, almost double for a box of cereal here, where compared to, say, 3 or 4 years ago. Substantial price increases across the board. People having a very hard time making ends meet. And even though on the Canadian side here, we've seen government increase the minimum wage, all that really ended up doing in the end was offsetting a bit of the inflation that we have seen. So the minimum wage increase really has not resulted in a higher standard of living for people at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. So she goes on here today in this speech, and she said, we know that changing demographics and the economic impacts of climate change will tend to put Upward pressure on prices, persistent global trade tensions also raise the risk of future inflation. Rogers said that when you compare Canada's recent productivity record with that of other countries, what sticks out is how much the country lags on investment in machinery, equipment, and intellectual property. She also said Canada needs to focus on making sure the training and education we provide teach the skills we need, while a more competitive business environment would help drive greater innovation and efficiency. And productivity really does mean not just producing more stuff, but producing it efficiently. That's what's needed. That's also what RFK Jr.'s new running mate was focused on in her speech today as well. Artificial intelligence. It's a key to a brighter future. It has to be. It could be the silver bullet, ultimately, that saves us from this declining economy, this inflationary environment that we are in. Artificial intelligence represents a potential path to exponential gains in productivity through the combination of AI with robotics, automation. We can produce a lot more stuff, increase the standard of living, potentially for people, at an exponential rate, using new technology, and grow our way out of the debt. At least that's the theory. And I have been listening to a number of economists talk about just that. But you need a leader or leadership in place that can take you down the right path with that. And that means not looking in the rearview mirror. It means harnessing the power of AI while at the same time finding the right balance so that it doesn't end up being so disruptive that it destroys society in any number of ways which we can't possibly foresee at this point. That's the danger and the promise. And with all of that going on, we also mentioned earlier this week that the RCMP in Canada, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the National Police Force, had a secret study done, which we laid out for you in more detail here. I had that about a week and a half ago. Other media just picking it up for the first time, even just yesterday. And then I showed you the secret report, which was obtained using Freedom of Information Act requests. I showed you the document, and it shows that because of the economic stress that we are under here, because of political destabilization that has resulted since the pandemic, the government sees a real existential threat to the country coming from what they say are, increasingly more extreme political movements and dissatisfaction with voters. The country is fracturing. And they see that it's going to be a very rocky road over the next 5, 7, maybe even 10 years. And that's because of mostly the declining economy, declining standard of living, disruptive technologies like AI. Now, the other thing that I became aware of, I've been aware of it anyway, honestly, but right now, big auto show in China. And here, I'll show you. I don't think this is behind a paywall. Yeah, here we go. Associated Press. So right now, Chinese electric vehicle makers are challenging market leaders at an auto show in Bangkok. It's on right now, this auto show, one of the biggest auto shows in the world. This is something we really need to be paying attention to here, folks. I'll show you this MSM report from Associated Press on this story. Chinese EV makers challenging market leaders at auto show in Bangkok. BYD, Chinese automaker. They're going head-to-head with companies like Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors. And they're winning. They even have a flying car that they have on display at this auto show in China. It says here, Chinese electric vehicle makers are showcasing their latest models, including a flying car. There it is, as they take on global rivals at the Bangkok International Motor Show. BYD, XPeng, and Great Wall Motors quickly growing their sales in Thailand, challenging long-standing market leaders like Toyota, Isuzu, and Ford as they expand exports across the globe. Now, why is this important? Well, important not so much just because of what's going on there in Thailand. It's important because of all the money our governments are dumping into the electrification of the auto industry here in North America. Unprecedented levels of government investment and corporate investment in the auto industry. The electrification of the industry is not happening simply because of market forces, market demand, consumer demand for the products. It's happening because of the governments here in the West basically mandating it. Through legislation, through new regulations, they are going to be forcing people to purchase electric vehicles. And forcing the companies, they're already forcing the companies to retool and start manufacturing them. Now, the Biden administration last week did back off to some degree as they finalized new rules for emissions, which will have a direct impact on this process of electrification. But they did it because auto dealers were sending a message collectively to the White House in a letter, which I've shown you here on the program, saying you have to tap the brakes on this because these electric cars simply aren't selling. The dealers are buying up the inventory. That's the way it works. They buy the inventory. They hold the inventory on their lots. They have to hold that as debt. And then they have to sell the product, but it's theirs once they purchase it. And they aren't selling the way that they need to make the industry, the electric vehicle industry, sustainable. So the Biden administration did, and the EPA, they did change some of their rules, adjusted what their goals were going to be, giving the automakers a little bit more time to keep some internal combustion engines in their vehicle lineups, and giving them more leeway to produce more hybrids instead of pure electrics as we move toward a future not very far away, say in 2030 or 2035, depending on the country, where all the vehicles will be, new vehicles sold will only be electric. But they're giving the automakers a little bit more time. Now, that being said, with companies like this in China taking a bigger and bigger piece of the pie, and displaying their products in a way that shows consumers are becoming more accepting of them and embracing them because of lower price points largely. What I'm saying is you're getting all this increased competition from China, which is not a big surprise. We've seen this coming. Donald Trump on the opposite side of this equation talking about just that, saying that electric vehicles, for the most part, he says, are going to be produced in China. And if you look at the number of factories and the number of actual battery packs that are being produced, who has the most capacity to produce electric vehicle batteries? It's in China. Who controls the world market, the bulk of the world market for cobalt and lithium and the other raw materials that go into the manufacture of car batteries? China. China has positioned themselves exactly for this new reality, for an electric future, for electric vehicles. So the concern here, of course, is will all these factories which are being retooled here on the North American side, will they be competitive? Will they ever pay back on the investment that our politicians are making with our tax dollars, our borrowed tax dollars? If they're wrong, we're in a lot of trouble because that money needs to come back, and it has to come back in a timely fashion because it's like any investment. If they're wrong, it means that you're going to be driving a Chinese car and while the economy collapses. It's that serious. It truly is. All this happening while we're seeing now the Bank of Canada sounding the alarm on the economy here on the Canadian side, and as Lori and I were just discussing prior to the starting this particular portion of the broadcast, it's not really good on the U.S. side either. Maybe even worse in terms of the amount of debt each individual American actually owes. Probably never be able to pay all that money back. And when the rest of the world finally figures that out, look out. And in fact, I think that's kind of what's going on a global scale, which is why the world is so unstable right now. So maybe some people just see a car, but I see a whole lot more. I see an economy and a very uncertain future.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Knights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
But don't worry, folks, because Joe Biden is still firmly in control at the White House, and he's on it, man, because commenting, I guess, today on this bridge collapse in Baltimore, he had this to say. And, yeah, I feel much safer knowing this guy is in charge.
At about 1:30, container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware to a trainer by car. At about 1:30, container ship struck the Francis
Did you hear that?
Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware to a trainer by car.
So I guess he was taking the train over the bridge. Okay. Right. Well, on the other side, Donald Trump, the judge overseeing his criminal case, has imposed a gag order restricting what Trump can say about anyone involved in the upcoming trial. Of course, that revolves around that hush money payment that was made to Stormy Daniels, the adult film star. So Judge Juan Merchan issued the order, which limits Trump's public statements. And the circus in court continues. Again, yesterday I said he has so many lawsuits, so much stuff going on in court. The cases just seem to bleed together at this point. So the judge said that, well, he listed a series of statements that Trump made related to multiple cases and making this request, I guess. from Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, and the judge said that the examples went far beyond defending himself against attacks by public figures. He described Trump's statements as threatening, inflammatory, denigrating, with the targets of his statements either assigned to the cases or performing their civic duty, he said. So basically, because of what he said before and because of the nature of these comments that he's made before, he's put a gag order on Donald Trump. So the order bars Trump from commenting or causing others to comment on potential witnesses in the case, prospective jurors, court staff, lawyers in the district attorney's office, and the relatives of any counsel or court staffer. He is allowed to criticize Bragg himself as well as Merchan. Now, this case is supposed to go to trial next month, April the 15th. But that's just one of the trials that Trump has to deal with. On the Canadian side, the carbon tax, that's the big issue right now. There's going to be a committee looking at the Trudeau government's carbon tax increase, which is due to take effect April 1st. For Conservative premiers, those are the provincial equivalents of a prime minister, but at the provincial level, sort of like a governor for the United States. So 4 Conservative premiers will be telling a House of Commons committee later this week that Justin Trudeau should ditch the planned increase, this federal carbon tax increase. April 1st is next Monday. So you have Premier Scott Moe of Saskatchewan, Blaine Higgs, Tim Houston, Danielle Smith of Alberta, which is Canada's oil-producing province. They've all written letters to the chair of the House of Commons Finance Committee. They want a chance to testify at this committee hearing about the impact of the upcoming carbon tax increase, to tell them what kind of impact it will have on their provinces, on the people who live there, on the local economies, the regional economies. And all this happening, well, I guess there's supposed to be some fairly large protests set to begin on April 1st, and more protests involving, in some cases, truckers and people from the freedom movement, Canada-wide, at various states all through the month of April. These protests are supposed to continue until the government backs down on this carbon price increase. How effective they will be, who the heck knows? I guess it depends on the turnout. We'll have more on that in the days ahead as well. Justin Trudeau standing firm on his plan to increase that carbon tax. And take note again, my American friends, because what happens up here with regard to that is very likely to take hold down on your side of the border as well, because the Biden administration is pretty much in lockstep with the Trudeau regime up here in Canada when it comes to this particular portfolio. The carbon tax increase, over the life of it, I believe we're looking at a 23% increase in the carbon tax itself. The initial increase that we're going to see on April the 1st will translate into an average across the country of about 3 cents per liter, higher price at the pump for gasoline, but there will also be increases in the price of home heating, oil, natural gas, all forms of energy, really. And that will, of course, filter down into more inflation, more price increases on everything, because the fuel that is used to produce and transport all goods to market will increase in price. And that's just one of the inputs into everything that we purchase, everything we consume. That is the key issue right now that is being used by Trudeau's main political opponent, Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, who has a whole Axe the Tax campaign that he's rolling out. He tried to force an election in the House of Commons on that very issue with a vote of what they call a vote of non-confidence. It failed, but did highlight the issue again, and Poilievre has a bunch of rallies planned for his Axe the Tax campaign across the country. Now, there was a big one that was supposed to happen 4 days from now in Windsor, Ontario. But for logistical reasons, I did receive word on that this morning that the Axe the Tax campaign rally in Windsor, Ontario, auto production company or municipality, community, at one point, Canada's automotive capital, the Axe the Tax campaign down there, the rally for the 30th of this month, canceled now for logistical reasons. Apparently it will be rescheduled. Not really clear, though, why the rally was canceled. Gonna have to dig into that just a little bit more, and then maybe I think there's maybe something more to it than just a logistical issue. But I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. What else do we have for you tonight? Bringing up my other notes here. We already showed you the footage from, I believe it was yesterday. Sean Diddy had his properties raided amid sex trafficking allegations. Oh, and here's restaurants in Canada are facing a frugal market as sales dip. Again, another report from the restaurant industry on the economic side showing that inflation is just eating people alive, which means people who want to eat out can't eat out because the inflation is eating up the value of their money. New data from Statistics Canada just released showed that prices for food purchases from restaurants increased 5.1% year over year in January, continuing a trend seen last year. Now that's just one economic indicator, the price of food at a restaurant, up 5.1%. That alone eats up any gains that anyone made by getting a minimum wage increase. So if you had a minimum wage job at a restaurant, for instance, that price increase alone right there eats up any gain that you made on the wage increase, because the government mandated higher wages for people working at the lowest end of the economic scale. In addition to that, it's not just that prices went up for people, it's that restaurants saw sales decline anywhere from 5, 6, 7, in some cases maybe even 10%, depending on certain areas of the country. Every restaurant experiencing something different, but because prices have gone up, people are eating out less. Again, just another warning sign, not just here in Canada, but I would say it should be a warning sign for other countries as well. Julian Assange, he was told that he can appeal the U.S. extradition order, that ruling coming down today. He can continue his fight against extradition to the United States, with this high court in London making this ruling earlier today. They're saying that he should be allowed to appeal against it unless the U.S. promises he will not face the death penalty. The United States prosecutors working for the U.S. want to put Assange on trial on 18 counts under the Espionage Act over the release of confidential U.S. military records and diplomatic cables. So this will drag on, is the bottom line. But it is actually, I think, in a way, for Assange, a positive development. And I know that the world truly is watching that case. Not a lot more to report on that tonight, I don't think, because It's just it just gets us to a point where it's more delays ultimately is what we're dealing with there. And we'll see if he ever does make it, if they are ever actually successful in bringing him to the United States. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back, and we'll continue.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Feel the vibrations. Our quest continues. The truth is out there. We are Mavericks.
Now, we always do want to be fair and balanced here at Maverick News, so tonight what I will do, since I did run that very brief clip of Joe Biden saying that he sometimes took the train across the bridge in Baltimore, which seems probably unlikely given that I don't think there are train tracks on that bridge. Maybe a car, but I don't think a train. Nevertheless, we're going to take you to the White House so that we can let Joe Biden deliver his full remarks on the bridge collapse. Here we go.
And I was waiting to talk to the last member of the delegation of the region. Good afternoon. Before I leave for North Carolina, which I'm going to do in a few minutes, I want to speak briefly about the terrible incident and accident that happened in Baltimore this morning. At about 1:30, a container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware either on a train or by car. I've been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people in vehicles into the water, into the river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Maryland officials and Baltimore Police and Fire. They're all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for still. Not still, were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak. I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the county executive, both United States senators and the congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. And our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident and all the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just don't know. It's just terrible. We're incredibly grateful for the brave rescuers who immediately rushed to the scene, and to the people of Baltimore who want to say, we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. And like the governor said, you're Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now. The search and rescue operation is our top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also critical for travel, not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast Corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. It's virtually, it's one of the most important elements for the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland whatever they ask for. We're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge, and I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. You know, we're not leaving until this job gets done. Not leaving until then. So I just want to say God bless everybody who got everyone harmed this morning and their families. And may God bless the first responders, who many of whom risked their lives. And the reason I'm not going to take a lot of questions, there's remaining issues that are open that we got to determine what's going to happen in terms of the rescue mission and the like. But
Do you plan to go to Baltimore, sir? And if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can. That's what
You said the federal government's also going to pay for the repairs. I'm just curious, this was a ship that appears to be at fault. Is there any reason to believe that the company behind the ship should be held responsible? And then also, you mentioned
that could be, but we're not going to wait for that to happen. We're going to pay for it to get the bridge rebuilt and opened.
What did you make of Israel's decision not to attend this meeting this week?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. We've got plenty of time to talk about Ross.
You mentioned the port. Can I ask about cars? About the port.
And that's the end of that. So, we also have today Donald Trump, his media company, the parent of Truth Social, began trading on the NASDAQ today. So, some are saying that Trump's business association with Truth Social could end up making him a trillionaire. I'm also seeing op-eds from people who I think are very credible say that the truth of the matter is, if you want to talk about Truth Social, they're saying that he will, in real terms, be nowhere near that because the company itself lost money last year, and we're talking about millions, not billions of dollars. So I don't really know where the truth is on Truth Social. other than to say that, yes, it is now trading on the stock market. Trump's business relationship with the company has shifted, it has changed, but his shares and the way that the business is set up, it could make him a lot of money. He owns 58% of the shares in the company, placing his stake at, again, based on early trading, some are saying $5 billion is what it's worth. And he's saying that Truth Social is doing very well. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not doing very well, even though it may have lost money last year, because it's still a young, emerging company. And in that industry, the social media companies are very competitive. You're up against Google, Facebook, Twitter, X. So, I don't know. But we've also seen, in the past that even social media companies can take it on the chin. Here's Trump talking about coming up with the cash for that bond that he owes, which I think it was yesterday, it was cut from 400 and some million to, I think, 175. So he did score a win in, actually, I don't have that clip, so it's okay. But I do have this clip of Trump talking about immigration tonight. This is what it was that I had here for you. Let me just bring this up. But with that trading on the stock exchange now, Trump's in a totally different position. I wondered when he was banned on Facebook after the last election how he could possibly end up campaigning if he didn't have proper access to social media. But he's been able to work around it, and one of the ways he's worked around it is with Truth Social, by creating his own platform. It's not nearly as widely used as Facebook at this point, but it is growing. There's no doubt about that. I'm on Truth Social, along with a number of other platforms, including CloudHub, MeWe. So there are alternatives out there. They're not as popular as Facebook, in that I say that Facebook is actually in decline because they're banning so many people, censoring so many people. And in Canada, you can't even get news on Facebook anymore because of Trudeau's censorship laws, where he tried to make Facebook and the other social media companies cough up money to pay the mainstream legacy media for the content they put on social media. So now, as a result, you are not allowed to distribute news content on Facebook. Facebook says they don't want it. So now we can't even get news on Facebook. As a result, I was using it a whole lot less, and now I'm banned for life on Facebook. Maverick News, proudly banned on Facebook. Yes, indeed, folks, I think we are Canada's most banned news network. Perhaps second only to InfoWars. Let's listen to what Donald Trump has to say. This just posted within the last hour.
All over the world they came.
From
Angola. Millions of illegal border crossers have entered the country unlawfully.
Egypt. Cameroon. Colombia.
Well, they're coming by the thousands. Nobody could afford this, and even morally, it's so wrong.
Venezuela. You're not smart enough to know who I am, but soon you're gonna know who I am.
We will secure our borders and we will restore our sovereignty.
recognize the fact that Joe Biden is more favorable president for immigrants. Trump or Biden?
Biden, of course.
Are you afraid? After watching that, I am. I'm not sure what to be afraid of, but it just left me with a feeling of fear. That's the tone. That's a lot different than what we saw with RFK Jr. earlier today. The whole Trump campaign, the whole MAGA movement, right now, I'd say it just overall has that dark, negative feeling to it. Maybe it'll shift. Maybe they'll find other inspirational messages, but really, very scary stuff. People seem to be focused very much on the fear porn. I don't really understand human nature when it comes to that. We've seen that even with the coverage of Princess Kate in the past week. Disappeared, dropped out of sight, laying low. The princess, dealing with a personal matter, and it just led to all kinds of speculation, even from mainstream media, with people coming up with all kinds of theories, from she was being involved in some sort of a fling to she was dead. Of course, in the end, what we found out is she has cancer. She's been struggling with that. She did make a public statement. Now some people feel bad about accusing her of things or saying things that just simply weren't true, as people not only watched the fear porn, but of course, especially mainstream media and independents out there as well, jumped on the bandwagon and started speculating, theorizing about where the princess might be. What's going on? And in the end, she's been dealing with a very personal medical issue. And even now, we don't know exactly what kind of cancer she is battling. But it just shows human nature. And indeed, it is. We are in dark times, and I don't know why people seem to gravitate toward the fear porn. I think it gives people some sort of a rush. I really do. And we have Sergei Lavrov from Russia saying that, well, I'll just let him speak for himself, talking about that Moscow terror attack, the Russians investigating on their end. Let's hear what he has to say. Hopefully we have a good translation on this. Or maybe no translation at all. Indeed. Let me just find out what he's actually saying here for you folks. So I'll just go in here and get the notations on this. He says, I do not remember that Interpol volunteered to help us investigate the terrorist attack on the Nord Streams, although we appealed to the UN Security Council. Therefore, we will not need such assistance with the manifestation of double standards and with the promotion of a theory convenient for the West. And so again, yes, I mean, Russia taking the position that Ukraine was directly involved, but they want to know who was behind it, who planned it, vowing to hold everyone who was involved accountable. Let me get, I think I've got the response, the Hamas response to the ceasefire resolution. I had it queued up here. I'll tell you what, let me just take a quick break and then I'll come back on the other side with that for you, because I think it is definitely worth reading if you want a full perspective on this story. Don't go away.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Knights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
And I do have that statement from Hamas on the UN Security Council ceasefire resolution. It reads as follows. Just make sure you have it up on the screen so you can see it. There it is. The Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, welcomes the UN Security Council's call for an immediate ceasefire, and we stress the necessity of reaching a permanent ceasefire that leads to the withdrawal of all Zionist forces from the Gaza Strip and the return of the displaced to the homes from which they left. We also affirm our readiness to engage in an immediate prisoner exchange process that leads to the release of prisoners on both sides. In the context of the text of the resolution, we emphasize the importance of the freedom of movement of Palestinian citizens and the access of all humanitarian needs to all residents in all areas of the Gaza Strip, including heavy equipment to remove rubble so that we can bury our martyrs who have remained under the rubble for months. Hamas calls on the Security Council to pressure the occupation to adhere to the ceasefire and stop the war of genocide and ethnic cleansing against our people. Hamas affirms the right of our Palestinian people to establish their independent, sovereign Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital, and the right of return and self-determination in accordance with international resolutions and international law. The Hamas movement appreciates the efforts of the brothers in Algeria and all the countries in the Security Council that supported and support our people and are working to stop the Zionist aggression and war of annihilation. So you can interpret that or analyze it and come up with your own views and interpretations on that. What I'm seeing there is, while they say that they want a ceasefire, they are still standing firm on their plans, their desires, what they want. So they're going to continue to push for what they want. The conflict is not over. Even if we get a ceasefire, I don't know that it will be something that will hold or will be lasting. And then, is it binding, not binding? The delegation, as I said yesterday, from Palestine at the UN indicated that they believe the resolution is binding. But is that really the case? Well, I'm hearing most others say that no, it's not the case. Let's see if I got that clip handy for you here. And I have to go over, sorry, to this other tab. Yeah, I do have it here for you. So here's the delegation saying that the ceasefire has to happen immediately, and that not only does it, they're saying that so they want the ceasefire to happen immediately, and even though there's supposed to be an attachment of a condition for the release of the hostages, they're saying that that's secondary. I don't think this is going to fly, honestly, with Israel, but it depends on how much pressure they get from the White House, too, on the Israeli side. Here's what we have.
Process calls for unconditional, immediate release of hostages. Now, there are many people in the Middle East saying, what guarantees are, once the hostages, all hostages are released, what guarantees do we have that Israel will not go the whole way to Rafah, more destructions, what stops Israel from doing that?
I understand the frustration of our people, and they have the right to be frustrated from the international community that dragged its feet for 5.5 months before they agreed to a ceasefire. But the language of the resolution is crystal clear. Operative paragraph 1 starts from demanding an immediate ceasefire. The second part of the sentence, it is not conditional upon the first part. It says, and also it calls for the other part. The other part was in place.
Okay. So it just shows that even though you have this ceasefire, which is a resolution passed by the UN, both Israel and the Palestinians, they're still entrenched in their position. Israel now not going to send people for this big meeting that was supposed to take place in Washington. I don't know how much that's going to affect things, but it's turning into a bit of a standoff. And then how does this play out over the next few weeks? I don't know, but it's volatile for sure. And this is the stuff, honestly, folks, that could lead to a fully kinetic Third World War. It's that destabilizing. You have this terrorist attack in Moscow. You have the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. You have funding tied up, being delayed, additional funding from the U.S., which is tied to the border issue in the United States because of Trump and his influence. So it's actually Trump and the MAGA Republicans that are standing in the way of the funding and the additional arms going to Ukraine. The Ukrainians are on their back heel, apparently, because of lack of ammunition. Very dangerous over there. It seems like they're pivoting maybe more toward guerrilla warfare style tactics because they don't have the firepower to just go toe-to-toe with the Russian forces now, so they're shifting their strategy. Well, they've been losing some ground, and yet at the same time, there are indications that the Ukrainians may be more entrenched and more resilient than some of the online pundits would have us believe. As much as we're being told at every turn that this thing is going to be over in a matter of weeks or maybe a month or two, every time we hear a prediction like that from any of the experts out there, it just continues. And it's turned into not just months, but years now. And both sides seem to be entrenched and still determined. Zelensky and his forces seem to have a little bit more depth than some of the experts would suggest. And even though we've seen reports out of Russia that this most recent attack on the Black Sea Fleet was minimal, I'm now seeing a lot of evidence to suggest that, in fact, there was more damage done in this last attack than the reports would have suggested. With some suggesting that, the entire Black Sea Fleet is only marginally, or a large percentage of it is now not operational. So the Russians are suffering some setbacks on that front. I don't think there's any question about it. And yet every time we see any kind of actual damage inflicted, we get all these conflicting reports out of there. It's very difficult to know what is real, what to believe, because there's so much propaganda and mixed in with the truth. The reality is they have suffered some losses, and it is affecting their operational ability, and that's why the war continues to drag on. No question that the Ukrainians have lost territory, lost ground, especially lately, and that they are in a desperate situation when it comes to ammunition. That's why these delays on the U.S. side are so significant, and maybe why anything that the Russians might do, time seems to be a critical factor here. I would say that if the situation in Ukraine is as the Russians describe it, which is that the Ukrainians are basically done, then I would anticipate a major move by Russia very, very soon in order to finish things off before more aid, more weapons are able to flow in there. But so far, haven't quite seen that, so I'm not really sure what to make of it. A lot of the analysis that we've been seeing, I'm taking it all with a grain of salt. I don't think it's over. Not yet, anyway. I don't know if it's going to drag on for another week, 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years. But it's not over. The U.S. sent some supplemental funding to kind of bridge the gap just in the last couple of weeks. Not sure what that means in terms of actual weapons and ammunition on the battlefield. But it's very clear that this is not over. Maybe Ukraine's in trouble, but they haven't quite given up yet. There's still some ground to cover here, and that means, unfortunately, more conflict, more death, more lost lives, more blood and treasure wasted on both sides. We've also seen, and I have studied this as well, in the last few months, munitions factories in the United States have ramped up production. They started doing that some months ago. And so I think there's maybe more in terms of resources and military aid flowing to Ukraine than we are actually being told. In fact, for all I know, all this talk about them running out of ammunition might just be completely inaccurate. There's almost no way to know for sure. It could be like a double fake out. I don't think that that's really the case. I think they do have some issues with munitions, ammo, weapons on the battlefield. They do need the additional aid or they will crumble, I think. But it is clear that they have not given up, and that stuff going on with the Black Sea Fleet. That seems to be a weak point for the Russians. Because the Ukrainians seem to be able to get in there and score some points and inflict some damage. So they keep focusing on that and coming back to it, and that has had some impact there, for sure. So there's all that. And all that being said, we've been on here now since 1:30 this afternoon Eastern Time. We're now coming up on almost 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, because we have so many new viewers here tonight, I am going to run one of our Maverick Nights animated featurettes, just for fun, when we come back on the other side of this.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
And we're back, and if you like what you are seeing here tonight, if you want to support the channel, you can do that by donating online at maverickdonations.com. Let me get that up on a banner here for you. Maverickdonations.com. That takes you to the Give, Send, Go account. You can also donate where most people donate at freedomreporters.com. Also, if you would consider liking, sharing, subscribing, that would help us out a great deal as well. Make sure you take a look at what we're doing over on our not just our YouTube channels, but also on our Rumble channels. That's the most important platform for us. That's where we continue to grow Maverick News over on Rumble. And if you do subscribe to the YouTube channels, make sure you hit the the notification bell. Otherwise, it doesn't send you the notification when we produce new videos. And anybody that sends us a donation of $30 or more, I would be happy to send you a Maverick News t-shirt. No charge. Just make sure you send along in the notation what size you would like. You can have it in any color you like, as long as it's black. Any donation of $60 or more, and I can send you one of these. A Maverick News shirt with the logo embroidered right on it. Very nice. And, or I can send you a hoodie. Just, again, indicate the size, tell me what you want, a hoodie or a shirt, and I'd be happy to send that to you. freedomreporters.com is where to do it. Now, if you are new to the channel, we do have this ongoing graphic video series that we've been producing. And I think it's kind of fun. And would be great to have a lot of new people join the Maverick family, our community, our community of misfits here on the Maverick News channel. So, with that being said, we do have this series. It's called Maverick Nights, and it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but entertaining. Here's chapter 1 of Maverick Nights. Share it with you for all of our new viewers to get you started.
The Rise of Maverick Man, Uncovering Klaus Schwab's Diabolical Plot. Subtitle: Journalist Richard Paul exposes a global villain's evil plan to destabilize the world economy. Introduction: In a shocking turn of events, renowned journalist Richard Paul has unearthed a sinister plot orchestrated by Klaus Schwab, a global villain hell-bent on destroying the world economy. With stunning evidence in hand, Paul reveals how Schwab plans to blackmail the leaders of nuclear power nations using sex scandals and threats of terrorist violence. This article delves into the details of Paul's investigation, shedding light on the rise of Maverick Man, Sir Richard the Super Knight. Unveiling the mastermind, Klaus Schwab, a shadowy figure with immense power and influence, has long operated under the radar, manipulating world events for his personal gain. However, Richard Paul's relentless pursuit of the truth has finally exposed Schwab's malevolent intentions. As a respected journalist, Paul's credibility and extensive network have allowed him to gather evidence that unravels Schwab's web of deceit. The diabolical plan. Schwab's plan revolves around leveraging the darkest secrets of world leaders to gain control over their decision-making processes. By orchestrating sex scandals and planting seeds of terrorist violence, Schwab aims to create an atmosphere of fear and chaos, forcing these leaders to comply with his demands. The ultimate goal? To systematically dismantle the world economy, leaving nations vulnerable to his manipulations. Uncovering the evidence. Richard Paul's investigation has unearthed a trove of incriminating evidence against Schwab. Through meticulous research, interviews, and anonymous tips, Paul has pieced together a puzzle that reveals the full extent of Schwab's evil plan. From leaked documents to testimonies from whistleblowers, the evidence paints a chilling picture of a man willing to go to any lengths to achieve his nefarious objectives. The hero emerges. Amidst the chaos, one man stands tall, Sir Richard, also known as Maverick Man Knight in shining armor. Armed with the truth, Paul's alter ego takes on the responsibility of exposing Schwab's plan to the world. Maverick Man's unwavering determination and unwavering commitment to justice become the driving force behind his quest to save the global economy and protect innocent lives. The race against time. With Schwab's plan set in motion, Maverick Man faces a race against time to stop the destruction of the world economy. As he uncovers the true extent of Schwab's influence and connections, Maverick Man must navigate a treacherous landscape filled with danger, deception, and unexpected allies. Can he expose Schwab's evil plot before it's too late? Conclusion. Journalist Richard Paul's groundbreaking investigation into Klaus Schwab's diabolical plan has shed light on a global villain's attempt to destroy the world economy. Through his alter ego, Maverick Man, Paul takes on the daunting task of thwarting Schwab's nefarious scheme. As the world holds its breath, the fate of nations hangs in the balance, waiting for the rise of a hero to save the day.
And the series continues, featuring the Maverick family. And if you become a regular viewer, and we become aware of you in the chat, and you join the community, there's a real good chance you might end up in one of these episodes of Maverick Nights. Now, folks, that gets us to the end of today's broadcast day. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out here. Thanks to everybody who has been here watching the RFK Jr. VP running mate announcement. Thank you to Lori for co-hosting and kind of taking the lead on all of that today. Again, very, very helpful. And mostly thank you to all you guys for just watching. It's a privilege to have you all here. You could be anywhere. Literally millions of other places you could be online watching just about anything else tonight. So to have you here, an absolute privilege. Thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, here on the Maverick News Channel, where we have the antivirus programs for your mind. Catch you on the flip side.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.